Coming up on this edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University, we talk about MTSU's dual enrollment program, which allows high school students to take university courses, and in many cases at their own high school for free. We introduce you to Customs, MTSU's orientation for new freshmen and transfers, and talk about how it provides them with information and insider tips on having a great first semester. And we preview the work by our faculty in our Jones College of Business to reimagine course offerings in the Department of Management, offering options that are career-focused and designed for the future. I'm Andrew Ottman, and this is Out of the Blue. Welcome to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. MTSU's dual enrollment program allows high school students to take university courses, and in many cases at their own high school, for free thanks to a state grant. Those courses can count towards their high school graduation and give them a head start at their first year at the university. Here to tell us more about this great program is Casey Brown from our University College. Casey, welcome to the program.
Thanks, Andrew. Glad to be here.
I cannot believe this is your first appearance on Out of the Blue.
It is, somehow after all these years.
And you've eluded me long enough because we're going to talk about dual enrollment, which I consider to be the best investment and affordable investment in higher education. But let's start from the very beginning. If I didn't know anything about dual enrollment and you're saying, hey, have you considered dual enrollment for your high schooler, what would it mean?
Sure, I love getting to tell this story. Dual enrollment essentially is the opportunity for high school students to take full-fledged college courses through MTSU, earn both high school and college credit, and a lot of times that's at no out-of-pocket tuition expense to the student.
I mean, you're exactly right. That's why it's such a great bargain, and it makes so much sense if you're a high school student aiming towards college. How many college credits could I get through a program like this?
So most students are going to finish our program with 15 credit hours, 5 classes, which equates to, as you know, about a full semester of college. Now we have students that go beyond that as well. We've got students that have finished our program, graduated high school, and gone on to earn 30 credits, 45. We've actually had a couple of students earn up to 60 college credits.
That's amazing. That's amazing. And the state of Tennessee, recognizing the value of this program, has a very generous grant that makes this so affordable. Can you walk through that?
Yes, so about 8 years ago, the state of Tennessee decided to include dual enrollment as one of its main initiatives as part of then Governor Haslam's Drive to 55 program, seeing the value of students coming into college having already earned credit, making it more likely they would continue on and eventually finish in a timely fashion. And so at that time, the state decided to expand the dual enrollment grant. Now this is not a need-based grant, this is not competitive, anything like that. Essentially, if a student meets the requirements for admission to our program, they're also going to meet the requirements of the grant, and what the grant does is it covers a student's first 5 courses in terms of tuition and fees, allowing them to pay nothing except for the application fee to MTSU.
That's incredible. So I really want to stress to everybody, particularly those who may not be familiar, these are college-level courses, correct? I mean, you've got to be a capable high school student ready to do college work in this environment.
Absolutely, and that is something that we discuss at length with students and parents as well, since they're a part of this conversation as well. We have some trepidation at times from students initially. They want to know, can I handle this? Is this going to be too much for me? A lot of the students that participate in our program are also involved in a lot of other activities. But what we find is about 90% of our students earn a 3.0 grade point average or higher in their dual enrollment coursework. So the message we send to them is, yes, this is a college course, but you are also capable of doing this, and that's something they carry with them into that freshman year.
Let's get down to the nitty-gritty here. I'm interested. And this is July. School starts in August. What do I need to do first?
The first thing I'd always recommend a student do is reach out to our office. We have 4 full-time dedicated staff members that work directly with students as well as our high schools. But if a student were to call our office or to email us or visit our website, they would be answered promptly by one of our staff who could kind of make an assessment of what they need to do on a case-by-case basis. And many times it's going to start with completing an MTSU admissions application. So we're actually walking students through the admissions application, the state dual enrollment grant application you referenced. We're getting all of their documentation in, we're helping them select their courses, and then once the semester starts, they're not rid of us. We are following up with them at midterms and throughout the semester, making sure that they are successful. If they need anything, any kind of resource or connection to one of our resources on campus, we're providing that information to them.
That's fantastic. Give me that website address real fast.
It's www.mtsu.edu/dual enrollment, DUAL enrollment.
All one word?
All one word.
Casey Brown, thanks for everything you're doing with dual enrollment and also for University College. Great work.
Thank you, Andrew.
And we'll be right back.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I'm a recipient
and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner.
Now
and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True Blue.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $32,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
The Jennings A. Jones College of Business at Middle Tennessee State University is the #1 producer of business talent in the greater Nashville area. Our nationally ranked programs and state-of-the-art facilities offer a world-class education at an affordable price. The exclusive partnership of Jones College with Dale Carnegie Training Worldwide equips our graduates with the soft skills they need to succeed. Jones College of Business. It delivers an education for the real world.
So many men and women that have served, that expected to be able to have their tuition or certain assistance being given to them, and that money evaporated. With the establishment of the general fund is to make sure that all those men and women can get through MTSU and pursue what they thought they could do when they came on back.
We're extremely proud that the Predators have identified the need to help make this fund one of the best at our university for our veterans.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Customs, MTSU's orientation for new freshmen and transfer students, provides them with information and insider tips on having a great first semester at our university. Here to tell us more about the program is Gina Poff, our Director of New Student and Family Programs, and Alex Hamilton, one of our student orientation advisors. Gina, welcome back to the program.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Alex, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
I am so excited to talk about customs. There are so many things I'm proud of at this university, but I think our new student orientation for incoming freshmen and transfers is just fantastic. So, first question, everybody wants to know, why is it called customs?
It's a really good question. Years and years ago, it was sort of formed, and the thought process was, let's talk about bringing students into our world. Let's bring them in, and similar to when you go study, when you go abroad and you go through customs there, they want to look at your documents and make sure that you've got everything in line and that they are guiding you into the new country or wherever that you are. So we use the theme, and it's been steadfast for about 7-8 years now that we use countries as the way we group them together. They're grouped by their majors, but it allows us to kind of have a theme.
It's our thing.
It's our thing. It's our thing. Their passports are important to us, that we get them in and out. So
it's our thing. So describe customs at MTSU. What does it involve, and what's a typical experience like?
we kind of see it two ways. We see the social aspect as being very important, so we want them to be introduced and network with other students in their same major, some of them in other majors. They get to work with and be guided around by a mentor, a student that we call SOA, Student Orientation Assistant. And I guess probably the largest part is the academic focus. We want to make sure that they are advised that they've got they're on the right track to scheduling their classes and fulfilling the requirements of their major, or finding a major if they if they're unsure. This is a great way to explore different majors, different areas of the university, and so the purpose of them coming to Customs is to kind of have that special time devoted to making sure they've taken care of all the checkpoints to get into the system, and that we allow them to explore and be excited about being a student here.
Alex, of course, I love the SOAs. You're one of our SOAs, and when Gina talked about mentors, I love watching you guys in action. You're always wearing the blue polo shirts. You're such energy. What got you interested in becoming one of the SOAs, and what do you like about it?
I actually heard about it looking through emails and seeing the information on the website, and I wanted to be able to give back an experience that I was able to get when I was starting my MTSU journey. I think it's pretty cool to be able to hear from somebody who's going through the journey currently and hearing their perspective about the university. They're kind of like a college survival guide. So hearing from somebody that's like going through the same thing is pretty awesome, to being able to feel comfortable about starting a new journey, and I just wanted to give that same experience back.
They ask you the kind of questions they're not going to ask you, or they're not going to ask me. They really want to know the story behind things. What are some of the things that they're asking you about?
Some of the things they ask me about is, of course, parking, like getting advice about that, and I'm honest with them. You know, I've made some mistakes with that, but you know, I want to make sure they don't repeat the same mistakes with it. So highlighting to where giving them advice, you can use our MT mobile app to find different colored parking spots. For example, we got bus routes if you need to go from one end of campus to another. So for example, with that, just giving them advice on how to get through the college experience, and you know, telling them my story so then they can feel comfortable, like, oh, they've made mistakes too. So it's not so much that we're above them, it's like more like we're going through the same thing, and we want to make sure that, you know, you guys are giving the advice to be able to like get through it, so you're learning from like somebody else.
And that's what really makes Alex and her colleagues valuable, right? It's that relatable source of advice.
It is. We're more than halfway through the summer with Customs, and honestly, the heart of the program are the SOAs. They are the ones that provide the connection for the students. While they sit quietly and listen to our presentations from administrators, what they want to know is how that information is lived by our student. And hopefully, they're reaping the benefits on the other end as a leader to perfect their skills, to their communication skills, their problem-solving skills. They really rise to the occasion on learning how to make things happen when things don't always go right, and how to work with students from diverse populations, and really just kind of allow our new students to watch and grow themselves and find their place here.
So how do I become an SOA? Where do I go to find out if this is like you did, Alex, was this a good fit for me? How do I find that out?
We start application processes in October, so we start off very early. So in October, we'll be searching for our applicants. When they apply, if they're selected, they'll know that before they go home for Christmas break.
Wow.
We start training with them in January. So again, there's too much information for them to take in just a couple of weeks. So the entire spring semester, we spend, and Alex is like, yes, every single week. It's just very much
January.
Just like a class.
It's kind of like a class, basically, and you gotta, like, you know, as a student orientation assistant too, you need to make sure you study material like you're studying for like classwork, so then you can share the information like to our students like in the summer for sure.
Wow, do you find your friends who aren't going through Customs coming to you asking you all sorts of questions?
Oh,
Did
yes.
you know things?
Definitely, they'll ask me about different things happening throughout the year and everything. So it feels like I feel like a great resource to them, highlighting that even though I'm learning as we go. And I have done this for 2 years now. And so I get asked questions too, like, you know, you're relearning the information, like how do you feel about that? But we learn something new every year. I mean, we learn new things, for example, about aerospace, for example.
That's right.
And so it's like growing field, so we're learning new things. So I feel like, you know, learning constant like learning is like really important. So, because things are changing like every day.
Wow. So, okay, before we leave, how do I find out more information? I know we've talked about the web, but there's some websites I can go to, right? Where do I go?
The Customs website, which is mtsu.edu/customs, will have our application process, the timelines, the requirements, and all of that on there. That'll be updated, you know, just after the summer. We've got our staff for this year, and so they're doing a great job.
Yes, they
but
are.
We're always looking for somebody that's willing to step out and try something new and learn for themselves and gain some new skills that they might not have felt comfortable doing. We have several international students on our staff this year, and they are rocking it. They are doing
That's awesome.
such a great job, because not only is the university new to them, but so is their environment. So they're really gaining a lot, and it's great to watch our native students kind of embrace them and share with them what it's like to be at MTSU, period.
Alex and Gina, I'm so very proud of the work you do. You help make MTSU accessible and comfortable to all of our newcomers, and the work you do makes a big difference. Thanks for doing it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back.
We do it. The stars come to Middle Tennessee State University, and students come here to become stars no matter what they pursue. We do it. We're the only college of media and entertainment in the world, just outside the heart of Nashville.
Look, mic check, 1, 2, everybody listen. When you do it like this, ain't no competition. I'm talking B.I.G., VIP. Treat them like a front row seat and make them pay attention. If I shoot for the 3, then I ain't never missing. Cranking up the degrees like I was in the kitchen. Can't lose, got too much to prove. And when you do it all, it gets too hard to do it.
Our curriculum and facilities are cutting edge, and our relationships with industry leaders give students an edge over the competition. Check it out. You can get real-world experience with degrees in recording industry, media arts, journalism and strategic media, and more. Media and entertainment at Middle Tennessee State University. Learn to shine.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Faculty have reimagined the management and leadership major in the Jones College of Business, joining other programs that are career-focused, designed for the future, and focus on learning by doing. Here to tell us about it is Dr. Leigh Ann Clark, a professor in the Jones College of Business. Dr. Clark, welcome to the program.
Well, thank you very much. I'm so glad to be here.
You've been working so hard for the last couple of years to what you described as reimagine the offerings of the Department of Management in the Jones College of Business. Can you walk our viewers through what you've done and how that has resulted in these changes?
Sure, and it's been a team effort. Our department sat down. One thing we teach our students is you've always got to be evolving with the times and looking at the environment and changing what you're offering. And so the Department of Management, we've been doing that for several years now. Supply chain was one of the first ones that started as a concentration within management and has pulled out as its own degree because the market, that's one thing that the market is wanting. We've done that as well with the business innovation and entrepreneurship degree that is growing. It seems to be answering something that students in the market are needing. And so it was time to look at the management degree, one of the oldest degrees that's been around for the Jones College of Business. So we took over 2 years to look at what the market wanted, to look at what we were offering, and to evolve that product for students. Now, part of that, what it took was going and looking what employers were asking for, and they were seeking soft skills. They want people to be able to communicate, to think, problem solve, to critically think, to solve conflicts. And so we looked at what employers were demanding and looked at what we were offering and have fundamentally changed how we approach the management degree.
Wow, wow. And when you talked about assessing what the market needs, talking to prospective employers, talking to your alums, can you go through that process?
Sure. Part of what we did with a degree like management, which is very general, is we looked at some of the national data. There are different associations that survey employers all the time and also survey college graduates to see what skills they think they need who have been career ready. And from that, the top skills said leadership, critical thinking, problem solving, communication. We also looked at what the data was out there locally. Our own BERC, the Business Economic Research Center at MTSU, was surveying employers, also asking them what skills they see that they need. And leadership was number 2 in that survey. As well, there's a recent Forbes article that talks about with artificial intelligence and how it's going to fundamentally change how we do work. Managers and leaders need to know how to work with humans. And so we're the machines, I guess, right? And all these technologies are going to do so much of what someone used to do, assigning the task or watching the hours. Now we need people that have emotional intelligence, that can read a room, right? Can understand when their employees, something's going on and they need to interact and communicate, where an artificial intelligence being, at least today, right, can't do that. That employers are needing students that are graduating, employees that can do those things.
Well, I guess this is elevator speech time, but maybe a little bit longer. Let's talk about the value proposition.
Sure.
Why management and leadership at MTSU?
Of all the different degrees that you could pick here, this is why I think this one is a good match for a lot of people. One, like I've said, the world is changing and the skill sets that people need are really focused on those human skill sets. Okay, a lot of people teach about leadership, but we focus on how to do leadership. And so what does that mean? One, we used a curriculum that comes from 40 years of research. I know I'd given you 30, but it's actually, they're approaching 40 years of research by Kuzers and Posner. They have written, this is the 7th edition of the Leadership Challenge. In this, they focus on how to do the behaviors of the best leaders. So it's not theory about leadership, which a lot of people are like, oh, theory does me no good. This is talking about how do I behave, how do I do the actions that will make me the best leader. And so there are 5 practices within that. It's model the way, inspire a shared vision, challenge the process, enable others to act, and encourage the heart.
One of the things that Jones College prides itself on is sort of a mantra of learn by doing. And I noticed in the materials you showed me in advance of our talk that there are some wonderful opportunities you offer up for students regarding an Innovative Leader Challenge. Can you talk a little bit about that?
So one of the practices is to challenge the process, and a part of that is something called outsighting. Outsighting is you are looking beyond your own world and bringing other ideas to kind of be a catalyst for change. Change your thinking. And so the Innovative Leader Challenge, we piloted it in the spring, and what we did was we asked students we had a case. It was a person who was wanting to open a new kind of a healthy sort of fast food restaurant opportunity locally in Middle Tennessee. The other challenge is, there's not as many people to hire right now. Local businesses have a hard time getting people to work. And so those were 2 of the cornerstones of the challenge, and students were asked to tackle that, but to be innovative and challenge the status quo in doing so. We had 16 entries, and the best one, we had a winner that was 3 gentlemen, and I will mention their names here, Tyler Martin, Adam Curry, and Jagger Evans. And they came up with, it was a pizza healthy food idea, but what the judges liked about the proposal is it talked about a positive work environment. It talked about employees really being, and again, these were most likely younger students or younger people, being involved in the business. So whether that was coming up with menu ideas or developing a relationship with their bosses. That was important to them. And those were things that we were teaching in class that are important to employees, young employees today, of what they're looking for.
Well, that sounds fantastic. Dr. Clark, thank you for coming on the show and sharing all these great innovations that you're doing in the Department of Management. I really appreciate all the work by the Jones College of Business.
Well, thank you so much. And if people have questions, they want to learn more about this particular program, you can go to mtsu.edu/management. And that'll take you to the management department, and you can learn about all the programs that we have to offer.
I love when my guests plug their website. Good job. Thank you, Dr. Clark.
Sure. Thank you.
And this does wrap up this edition of Out of the Blue. A reminder, you can find news about the campus 24 hours a day by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can also find additional special content on our social platforms, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Broadcasting from the Center for Educational Media, I'm Andrew Ottman. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.
Welcome to the LaVergne Library Board, May 8th, 2023. I call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. Our first order of business is to approve minutes for March 13th of 2023.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
Second.
All right, so moved. All right, so our spring highlights. Oh, sorry. Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so moving on correctly now. Our spring highlights. The library had a very successful Easter egg drive-through on April 1st, 2023. They gave away 720 half-pound chocolate bunnies. Wow.
Oh, wow.
I know. That's awesome. Thank you to LHS Project Lit on April 29th of 2023. There were 3 local authors, Whitney White, Angela Sutton, and Chris Stedman. The students offered arts and crafts, a puppet show, and book readings. It was a good day for the high school students to interact with the library patronage. There has been a great response to our book clubs. Upcoming dates, so mark your calendars. Better Off Read Book Club will be Monday, May 15th at 5:30 p.m. They will be reading The Last Thing He Told Me by Laura Dave. And then the Page Turners Book Club will meet Saturday, May 20th at 10:30 a.m. and they are reading The Midnight Library by Matt Haig. For our upcoming programs and events, Ms. Donna, would you like to walk us through those?
Sure, I'd be happy to. One of the first ones will be our Block Party Touch-a-Truck. You have probably seen these wonderful flyers and posters around town. It's great. We're looking forward to it. The library will have a tent there. All sorts of things will be happening. It's from 11 a.m. until 4 p.m. There will be vendors, activities, food trucks. The library will have some prize giveaways, some fun games, and we will also be giving away a flyer for our upcoming summer reading program. And we are full. We really have filled up the 6 weeks tremendously. So I'm looking forward to sending that out to you guys. We should be finished up with that by Thursday of this week, and I will email it to you so you will be the first ones to receive it before we even get it out to our patrons. So we have a great summer coming up. Hobo Road Band will be coming back, and they're called We're Back and We're Going Country. That will be in the library gallery, and that's Saturday, May 13th from 1 to 2 p.m. This will be their 3rd time with us, and the last time that they were there, pretty much it had doubled in attendance. So we're excited about that people are enjoying the music in the library. Summer Reading 2023 kickoff is going to be happening on Saturday, June 3rd. Our theme this year is All Together Now. A great theme. We're going to be talking about kindness, holding each other up, being united, just all sorts of fun things that incorporate all those great characters that we can have. It will be from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the kickoff. We're going to do Pick Up Your Summer Reading Bag, bounce house, inflatable slide, hot dogs and chips, face painting, and there'll be fun games for all. Of course, you can sign up and pick up your library reading bag throughout the whole 6 weeks, and that will be great. So if you don't get to make it on June 3rd, then you can come another day, and that will be just absolutely fun.
That sounds like a lot of fun. All right, so our May, June, and July closures. For Memorial Day weekend, the library will be closed on Saturday, May 27th, and on Monday, May 29th. For Juneteenth, we will be closed on Monday, June 19th. And then for Independence Day, we'll be closed on Tuesday, July 4th. All right, next item on the agenda, bylaws of the library board. We're going to review bylaws for discussion and revision at the July 10th library board meeting. Would you like to speak to anything on that, Ms. Donna?
I would like to speak to this for just a moment. The mayor asked me for the bylaws. I believe it was last meeting, and as I looked them up, And I believe this is the last time that the bylaws had been updated. If you will look at the very back of that packet, it was adopted in November 16, 1987.
Wow.
And it was amended March 17, 1988. So we are ready for a little bit of update to our bylaws. So I would love for you all to look over carefully, and I'm doing the same thing. So as the mayor, I'll be talking to Bruce, our city administrator. There are a lot of things that need to be revised, a lot of things that no longer pertain to our library. So if you get an opportunity, please read through them, make notes, and then pretty much on July 10th, that will be our discussion of how we need to go about with our bylaws. And Mayor, I'd like for you to put in any comments that you feel necessary.
Well, this just goes along with all the other items we've been updating over the last 4 years. Philip, I would ask if you'd also have a look through these, make sure that we're compliant with state law, because I know that's changed a little bit since 1988. So,
yeah, we'll do.
Thank you.
One of the major changes have been the term limits. So I know that's something that we're really going to have to look at. That has been changed within the last 5 years, I believe. So we definitely want to look at the term limits. And we are no longer with the regional libraries, so that will be taken out. But there's some things that I know should be put in. And I look for you all to help me out with these. And
Now, are these available online for the public to also give input?
do you think at this time, or wait until we get them revised?
I would say, my thought would be do similar to what we're doing with the zoning ordinance, us put it together and then put that draft out.
Okay.
Yes.
And let the public weigh in with changes.
Okay.
Sounds good. I was going to say the same thing.
Great minds.
This will keep from getting calls to the library to ask, so excellent.
But I think that's a great idea. Let's get our rough draft and get some of the language out that, of course, we know that we're no longer going to use, and go from there.
All right, thank you. All right, our library board schedule for 2023. Next meeting will be July 10th, and then we have September 11th and November 13th. And of course, our next one's Monday, July 10th at 5 p.m. Are there any comments from any of our board members?
I have a quick comment. I mentioned before the meeting, but I wanted to share with citizens and other board members as well. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Leadership Rutherford, that is run by the Chamber. I'm about to graduate next month, and I'm very proud about it. It's been a fantastic experience.
Congratulations.
And wanted to recommend the program to everybody else. Applications are open through the end of the month. If you have any questions, feel free to email me, call me, reach out. Happy to answer any, but it's a wonderful experience and a great investment of time for leadership and service in our community.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
2 questions I've got. One would be a request to the board, but the library's Facebook page has a bunch of different events on that. If you would please share that out to all of your friends on social media, invite people. That just helps with their attendance numbers, which I know we're working to drive up. We hear about them every month. The other one, and we may have time, it just depends on how quickly we can go with this, but any thoughts on, for the summer reading, I take it you have some kind of graphic already for that?
Yes.
Seeing if Rutherford County schools would approve that.
Yes.
And if so, if we can get little flyers printed out and all the students wind up taking them home before the end of the school.
Right.
That just would drive your attendance for this.
And we're on top of it. We are planning on getting the flyers out to the school on the 18th of this month. It will be turned in to the city, the county school's attorney. I have her name and email and everything. We've done this before, and we'll get it approved, and then we'll be counting out flyers. And then Danny and Sherry will be driving around to take all of those flyers on the 18th. So that always helps tremendously. We had not done that in the past 2 years because of COVID and a little bit of this going on, but this year we're ready to get back to get that word out. But yes, sir, that is a great, great idea, and we've got it on our radar.
Are there any like signs, little yard signs or anything like that? The reason I ask, I don't have children, but I live in a neighborhood full of them, and I'd be happy to put something in my yard if there's anything.
We have not thought of that before. Is that doable, Mayor?
Yeah, it's corrugated board. It's the same as any political sign. I mean, you just need to have them created, and there's places,
Okay.
Staples does them, different places do them. It's all based on volume, but yes, it's doable to have those. It's just you only have so much space on all of those to put information.
It's perfect. That's a great idea.
I had a question about the flyers going into the schools. Are you only putting them in LaVergne schools?
We do LaVergne schools, and then we also do Cedar Grove because so many of our LaVergne children go to Cedar Grove. But we do Rock Springs, Cedar Grove, Roy Waldron, and I know the primary is now with Roy Waldron.
Yes.
We do the middle school. We have not done the high school. That may be something that we can think about doing this year.
Okay, because we live in LaVergne, obviously, but
Uh-huh.
my children go to a school in Smyrna because that's what we're zoned for. So that
Okay.
would be another one to add to the list.
And which is the name?
David Urey Elementary.
David Urey.
David Urey.
Okay.
Yes. We have a lot of LaVergne kids in David Urey.
And I would say Rock Springs Middle as well.
Yes, yes, LaVergne Middle and Rock Springs Middle, and then Rock Springs Elementary.
Any other
And Cedar
comments?
Grove, like I said, usually we stop by there.
Right.
Didn't think about David Urey.
Yeah, when they did that rezoning a couple of years ago, we've got
Okay.
a lot of LaVergne kids in David Urey now, so.
So when I do send the letter and the flyer to have it approved, I'll make sure that I put David Urey on there.
And if you
we'll-
need any help with that one, I'm the vice president of the PTO, so I can get
Awesome.
him in there for you.
Okay, great.
No problem.
Thank you.
Save him a stop on there.
Okay, appreciate that. This is great. The more we can get the word out, the better.
All right, any other comments or questions? I just want to say thank you, Miss Donna, to you and your staff for all the
Oh,
amazing things that
welcome.
you do. It is just such a bright spot in our community with all the things that you do in the library, so thank you for that.
You are
And I want to
welcome.
remind everyone who is tuning in and listening to remember to read, read, read. The more that you read, the more that you know, the more that you grow, and all the great things happen. So if there's nothing else that someone would like to add, I am going to call this meeting adjourned.
They say the eyes are the windows to the soul. But what of these eyes and these souls? Next, we'll see just what it took for these cats to earn their stripes and spots. And show how one lady is using dogs to save cats. And then head to Kenya for an up-close encounter with lions on foot. This lion is looking at me right in the eyes. From pumas to panthers, cats are some of the most intriguing creatures to walk the earth. Intelligent, powerful, beautiful, and quite deadly. If you've ever gotten up close to a big cat, you know there's a definite mystique surrounding them. Plus, they can be pretty intimidating. Solid and muscular, these creatures can weigh up to 675 pounds and grow to 9.5 feet in length. Now, add to that grace, stealth, and speed, and you've got one of the most effective killing machines on the planet. So why then are these predators vanishing at such staggering rates? That's the mystery we intend to investigate in Saving a Species, the Story of Cats.
Hi everyone, I'm Julie Scardina, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Animal Ambassador. And there's definitely something about big cats that makes me stop and take notice. Their mere size, strength, stealth, and beauty are all things that command attention. I mean, who wouldn't be in awe of such amazing creatures? Which is why it's surprising that so many big cats are in danger of becoming extinct. At current rates of decline, most of the 37 species of wild cats in the world could go extinct within the next 25 years. And what can keep that from happening? Becoming aware, at least as a first step. And rescued animals like Jasmine here, as well as the other cat ambassadors you'll meet today, can all help in creating awareness about wildlife in peril. But we're jumping ahead of ourselves. Before we talk about conservation, let's find out a little bit about the family of cats. And for that, we need to go back. Way back.
All modern cat species have evolved from a common ancestry that can be traced back more than 2 million years. But their ancestors go back even further. The cat's most ancient known ancestor lived about 40 million years ago, and it looks sort of like a weasel. The best known of the prehistoric cats is probably the saber-tooth. About the size of a modern African lion, this fierce animal hunted throughout much of the world, but became extinct about 11,000 years ago.
Okay, those were the prehistoric cats. But many centuries went by before the cats we know today hit the scene, or became domesticated.
And when they did, they played a big part in human culture and mythology for thousands of years. For centuries, big cats have been revered. Look at the Great Sphinx. It has the head of a pharaoh and the body of a lion. And the tiger has figured widely in the art and culture of the great civilizations of Asia.
And then, of course, there's the house cat, like Fifi here. The domestication process started as early as 3000 BC in ancient Egypt, where cats were regarded as members of the household.
There, cats were considered so valuable that the penalty for killing one was death.
Cats were valued in other parts of the world as well, mostly for their rat-catching skills. The ancient Greeks and Romans took cats to all other parts of Europe, and it was those early cats that actually were the ancestors of today's modern house cat.
But throughout history, not everyone has been so fond of cats. Their extraordinary hunting skills, beautiful coats, and supposed healing powers have made them targets themselves for poachers, ranchers, and farmers. Today, cats are still suffering from two major problems: illegal hunting and habitat loss. Some subspecies are already extinct, and others are on the brink.
We've seen that they descended from the first ancient cats who roamed the planet 40 million years ago. That common ancestry is what leaves cats with the same basic similarities.
All cats are carnivores, or meat eaters, and members of the family Felidae. But over time, cats have evolved into different shapes, sizes, and colors. Through evolutionary adaptation, marked differences now distinguish one species from another. Those built for speed over land, and others designed for climbing in the trees. Those who hunt by day, and those who are generally nocturnal. In fact, 37 species of wildcats now inhabit the Earth and are found on every continent except Antarctica and Australia. Those considered big cats are in the genus Panthera, which consists of tigers,
The largest member of the cat family, lions, leopards, and jaguars. Cheetahs are the fastest land mammal on the planet. They can reach speeds of 70 miles per hour for short bursts, but long enough to track down their prey. That's faster than most roller coasters. Then there are the cats in the genus Felis. Although not considered big cats, these cats are still large and consist of pumas, also known as cougars, panthers, or mountain lions, ocelots, lynx, servals, and fishing cat. Cats of the forest, like tigers, leopards, and jaguars, are usually stockier and have much shorter limbs made for climbing. While those found in wide-open savannas, such as lions and cheetahs, are longer-limbed, built for running. And did you know that all cats can purr, but only 4 can roar? The lion, leopard, tiger, and jaguar. But there's something all cats have in common. They're extraordinary hunters with big appetites. The Siberian tiger, for instance, needs about 20 pounds of food every day to survive. At one meal, he can consume up to 100 pounds of meat since he doesn't often get to eat every day. That's because 90% of hunts are unsuccessful. Predation is hard work. With few exceptions, cats are solitary hunters who use their terrific senses of eyesight and hearing to track down their prey. They have strong limbs, sharp claws, and most, like Jasmine here, have long tails. 2 features often help them stalk their prey: patterned fur that helps them blend in with their surroundings, and the ability to creep silently through their habitat. And when they strike, watch out. Big cats are big jumpers. Did you know that tigers can make horizontal leaps of 33 feet? And some leopards can jump more than 10 feet high? Cats really are the perfect hunter and well equipped for the job. Sharp teeth, strong jaws, keen hearing, remarkable vision, muscular bodies, and agile limbs with powerful retractable claws, except for cheetahs, which are used for climbing, lunging, killing, and even scratching. Tiger scratch marks on trees serve as territorial markers. Some can even swim and go fishing. Even the coat of each species is specialized for the hunt. Spots, stripes, light and dark. This camouflage pelt helps cats sneak up on their prey. Leopards are differentiated from all other cats by the rosette-shaped markings on their bodies. Then there's the tiger's coat, orange with vertical black stripes. Those stripes are like human fingerprints. No 2 tigers have the same stripe pattern. They'll hide in dense brush and stalk their prey from behind, ambush style. But they're also expert swimmers. Tigers like the Sumatran seem willing to hunt just about anything, from fish and crocodiles to wild pigs and deer. Tigers hunt at dusk and may travel as many as 20 miles in a single night. That means extraordinary strength, stamina, and of course, night vision. That's right, cats can see up to 6 times better than we do in the dark. So it doesn't take headlights for these guys to cruise at night. Well, now that we've found out something about some of the wildcats that are out there, let's take a closer look at some of the species who are really in need and who's stepping up to come to the rescue. Some people are drawn to do the tough jobs, and this is the case with Dr. Lori Marker, founder of the Cheetah Conservation Fund. Based in Namibia, CCF's International Research and Education Center is recognized for its excellence in helping cheetahs and their habitats. And with less than 15,000 cheetahs remaining worldwide, they are in dire need of protection.
The Cheetah Conservation Fund has as a mission to ensure the future survival of the cheetah using integrated approaches in conservation, education, and research. We are multidisciplined in the work that we do and try to work on a lot of levels. And we're working to try to save the cheetah, both here in Namibia, but throughout its entire range.
CCF's current work involves examinations, including blood and tissue samples, to gain information into the animal's medical status, which can shed light on diseases that affect this species. Data on their range, habitat use, and habits are collected from past radio tracking studies, which gives insight into exactly what cheetahs do with their days. Many things are threatening the cheetah population. One factor impacting them is hunting and trapping by regional farmers. Cheetahs are stealthy, swift hunters, and captive farm animals make an easy target, especially when native prey are becoming more and more scarce due to farming and ranching in once wild lands. Livestock are the farmer's source of income, which comes down to his own survival. So CCF has launched an ambitious educational campaign geared toward the local farmers and has worked directly with them to respond to their needs while sparing the lives of the cheetahs. One innovative solution has been to breed dogs, specifically Anatolian Shepherds, and place them with farmers to guard their stock. In addition to training, CCF provides free medical care for the dogs, trains the animals, and teaches the farmers how to provide the best dog care and support. To date, nearly 200 Anatolian Shepherds have been placed as livestock guardians and have had a dramatic impact on reducing the number of wild cheetahs trapped and killed in Namibia. But not all cheetah conservation is being done overseas. For over 25 years, White Oak Conservation Center in Florida has been involved in research, rehabilitation, and conservation of a variety of animals and their habitats. From the rare oak hoppy to an assortment of African hoofstock, this Florida preserve has made a mark in wildlife conservation.
Basically, we're working with threatened and endangered species to provide options for the future. You know, there's different opportunities for different species we have here. Each has a strategic plan that's worked out, dedicated what we're going to concentrate on, either research, breeding, conservation, reintroduction. So we look at all those different components.
Partnering with a range of notable organizations, White Oak also joined forces with the Cheetah Conservation Fund. Their mission? Stabilize the cheetah gene pool and bolster the population numbers.
The cheetah is hard to study in the wild. You know, it's a solitary animal and the mother hides the young. By having them where we can look at them and monitor them, and we've learned a lot about their basic needs, we try to provide a linkage between the species we have here and the species in the wild. And the chance of these cheetahs going back to the wild are very slim. But the knowledge we're gathering here does help generate enthusiasm, support for CCF.
A lot of information can be gathered about the cheetahs during this time, which can teach us how best to meet the needs of this species.
There's a lot of research that we do here at White Oak because of the number of animals that we have. We do veterinary research so that we look at some disease issues. We do reproductive physiology research, and we do behavioral research. And we can use that information to go back and see if we can help with any of the problems that they're having in the native habitats in Africa.
When the cheetahs reach a stable age, some are relocated to other facilities.
Every cub that's born, we look at within a 2-year period trying to place them into another zoological institution. The Cheetah Species Survival Plan sets up so that we can look at the genetics of all the individual animals, and then we'll have a better idea of who should be breeding with whom and who shouldn't be breeding with whom, which is very important as well.
White Oak's partnership with the Cheetah Conservation Fund has proven to be a successful merger and has served the cheetah conservation effort on many levels. But White Oak has been successful with another cat species as well, right in their own backyard.
The White Oak Conservation Center began its work in rehabbing Florida panthers in 1986 with the arrival of a male named Big Guy who had been hit by a car and was seriously injured.
Panthers that have been orphaned or injured in the wild are brought to White Oak, where they are treated medically until fit. The Florida panther is highly endangered, with less than 100 animals left in the wild. With numbers this low, the gene pool is limited, affecting the reproductive health of the population. Habitat loss due to building development and deaths due to car accidents have had a severe impact on the panthers as well.
Since every individual cat is so important to the population, those cats are brought here with the hope of salvaging them and getting them back out into the wild. And we do whatever we can do to make sure that that happens.
Then they're released into a 17-acre heavily wooded enclosure where they are allowed to build up their stamina. During this time, their progress is monitored by video cameras to ensure the panthers can find prey and support themselves. After several months of rehab, the panthers are returned to their home range in South Florida.
A couple of years ago, we had a cat in here that went through 72 surgeries in order to repair one of its legs that had been broken in an accident with a car. And we finally got him back in sound condition, and he was released, and since then he has sired at least 2 litters of offspring that we know of, so apparently his leg's holding up well, and everything's working as it should be. The news just doesn't get any better than that.
Busch Gardens and SeaWorld are active supporters of the Florida panther. In connection with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, they are working towards management of the feline leukemia virus. Information gained from this research will not only help manage the outbreak in the Florida panther, it will also benefit managers of other wildcat populations. Florida isn't the only place where panthers are found. Out west, where they're also known as cougars or mountain lions, this cat faces its own set of challenges. Once upon a time, cougars lived all over the American wilderness, boasting the most extensive distribution of any non-human land mammal in the Western Hemisphere. Secretive and solitary, the cougar is rarely seen by humans, though its distinctive call can be heard for miles. East of the Mississippi, however, cougars are generally presumed extinct. As we just saw, only one subspecies survives in the east, the endangered Florida panther. Until the mid-1900s, cougars in the west faced the same predator control pressures that wiped them out of the east, with most states paying bounties for killing cougars. But by the 1960s, public perception had begun to change, and many western states eliminated bounties and placed limits on cougar hunting. Some states have even stronger protection for cougars. California, for instance, banned cougar hunting entirely in 1990. So cougars in the west have fared much better than their eastern counterparts, due largely to vast public lands that support the cats and their prey. But as long as expanding human activities continue to encroach upon their remaining strongholds, the future of this cat will remain uncertain. Have you noticed a recurring theme yet? In order to save the cats, 2 main points keep popping up. 1, protect their habitat, and 2, educate people about the important role of predators in the environment.
As a conservationist, I sometimes wonder why I'm making the world safer for goats. But if you're interested in predator conservation, you have to be interested in livestock conservation, because people kill predators when predators kill livestock. If we want to make the world safe for hyenas and lions, we need to help protect these livestock better.
Dr. Lawrence Frank knows his predators. As head of the Laikipia Predator Project at the Impala Research Center in Kenya, he is a champion in the efforts of livestock management. So what does livestock management have to do with lions? Well, in the past decade, lion populations have been drastically reduced, mostly due to poisoning and shooting of these predators. Native tribespeople have been protecting their livestock for centuries. In the past, there was plenty of prey for lions to hunt, which meant they were less likely to kill livestock. But human population growth and habitat loss has made for poorer conditions and tougher times for predators. With less space and fewer prey, lions are more prone to attack livestock, and local tribespeople have resorted to aggressive measures to protect their herds. The Predator Project takes action by tagging and tracking lions in the region in order to keep tabs on their movements and to identify problem lions that repeatedly attack livestock. Dr. Frank's use of GPS makes this process very effective.
In order to find our lions, to figure out where they're going, how they're using the land in relation to people and livestock, the only way we can do that is to radio collar them and track them from the air.
Busch Gardens has long supported Dr. Frank's research, and I was lucky enough to be able to track lions with Dr. Frank in Africa in person. Hey, Dr. Frank.
Hey, Julie.
How was your flight this morning?
It was pretty good.
What'd you find?
Found number 50 and 51, which are a pair of females. We've seen them from the air a little while ago, and they had a couple of animals I didn't recognize with them. They're not far from here. I thought maybe late this afternoon we'd take a walk and see if we can lay eyes on them.
Oh, that would be awesome.
It might get interesting.
I can't wait.
Let's do it.
Easier said than done. We trekked through bush and across open savanna, following the beep of the portable tracking device, while Dr. Frank tried to lure them with a distressed animal collar. But no luck in spotting lion 50 or 51. We decided to move deeper into the bush, which eventually paid off. This lion is no more than 15 yards from us, looking at me right in the eyes.
Yeah.
I swear.
Yeah, I told you it was going to be fun.
Well, let me tell you, summoning a lion to within 50 feet of you is not for the faint of heart. They're stealthy, unpredictable, and, well, remember that distressed animal collar? These cats were expecting dinner.
These females are really wary. That's as much as we've ever seen of them.
She was a little bit upset, wasn't she?
Yeah, yeah. Last time we did this, she charged us.
A better understanding of how these lions move within their range and gaining insight into how they hunt has helped Dr. Frank find real solutions to livestock predation. The Predator Project offers local farmers viable alternatives to killing lions, such as providing stronger gates on their bomas or corrals, or installing solar-powered electric fences to fend off predators while keeping their livestock and homes safe. Cat conservation is a complex puzzle involving a lot of pieces and many players. Finding answers may not be easy, but with dedicated people and programs, entire communities understand that they can have an impact on the future of a species. On La Kipia Plateau, numbers 50 and 51 have Dr. Frank and the Predator Project to thank for that. Cats have long been hunted and killed for all kinds of reasons. They are killed because they're seen as competitors for prey. They are killed because they've taken livestock. They're killed to clear land for development. They're killed for sport. They're killed for the fashion trade. And they're even killed for their body parts, used for health remedies in some countries. The loss of cat habitat has reached dangerous levels as the human population continues to soar. You know what? Their problem is also our problem. The decline of a carnivore, such as a cat, changes the entire balance of an ecosystem. Let's take a look. Cats are linked to their prey, who in turn are linked to one another through competition for food. Changes in this food chain directly affect our environment, which means this directly affects us. And none of the big cats are safe, not even the biggest feline of all. Some experts say the Sumatran tiger could be the first large mammal to go extinct in the 21st century. Tigers once roamed from Russia to the Indian Ocean and across the Far East, but are now only found in small pockets of Asia. 3 of the original 8 tiger subspecies, the Bali, Javan, and Caspian, have become extinct in the past 70 years. And the 5 remaining subspecies, the Bengal, Sumatran, Amur or Siberian, Indo-Chinese, and South China, are all threatened by poaching and habitat loss. The total wild population of these remaining tiger subspecies has been estimated to be as few as 5,000. World Wildlife Fund is making a difference. They're making extreme efforts to preserve the tiger's habitat and implement anti-poaching patrols throughout Asia. Rangers remove snares and traps from designated parks, and suspects are taken into custody for police investigation. World Wildlife Fund field officers followed up on arrests, monitor progress of investigations, and draw media attention to pressure courts to act responsibly in sentencing. Since 2001, Busch Gardens and SeaWorld have contributed over $100,000 to World Wildlife Fund's tiger conservation efforts, and this important partnership will definitely continue.
There's only 5 of 8 tiger subspecies existing still in the wild, and SeaWorld Busch Gardens Conservation Fund is helping World Wildlife Fund to protect them. If you take the Sumatran tiger, for example, that lives on the island of Sumatra in Indonesia, there are only 400 of these animals left in the wild, and Sumatra, the island that they live on in Indonesia, is home to the most threatened rainforest on Earth. So SeaWorld Busch Gardens Conservation Fund is supporting World Wildlife Fund to do real work in real places and achieve real results in tiger conservation.
So what else can be done to help preserve cats and their habitats? To begin with, the habitats where cats live must be preserved. Laws that protect cat species and their prey must be passed and enforced. Ways need to be found to meet the needs of cats and humans, especially in areas where farming, ranching, and human settlements are moving into cat habitats. It's also important to support breeding programs in zoological parks to maintain a gene pool that can help wild populations when needed. Some people feel these animals can be kept as pets, which is never a good idea.
You know, wild animals as pets never work out. We have 2 facilities full of them to prove that theory. People see some animal that they think is really cool, and instead of expressing their love by helping that animal, they think to themselves, I want to own it. And then they find a way, usually against the law, to bring one of these critters into their house and figure out real quick that these animals belong in the wild.
Busch Gardens recently became home to 2 rescued tiger cubs.
The 2 orange tigers were actually a rescued animal from a private owner. They were in good condition and they were about 12 weeks old when they came in. We actually took them down to the nursery. It took a lot of time. We actually had to come in the middle of the night and bottle feed them. And when they were about a year old, we actually introduced them to our white tigers.
So then what can you do? How can you help cats bounce back from their population lows, protect them in the wild, and give them hope for the future? There's actually a lot you can do from wherever you are. A major threat to cats is the loss of their habitat through deforestation. So buy recycled paper. Stay informed and spread the word about why big cats are so cool and why they're in trouble. World Wildlife Fund announced their most recent Pennies for the Planet campaign, which is an educational and fundraising program that gets kids involved hands-on in conservation. Their 2005 focus is big cats, so check out their website and download their newsletter. Here's something else. Don't buy medicines, trinkets, or skins of wildcats, or things made from resources found in their habitats. Get to know how your buying habits impact the environment around the globe. And remember, education can make a huge difference. This facility in California, Zoo to You, is a nonprofit organization that teaches kids of all ages about wildlife and the environment. Zoo to You is also a cat refuge, helping to teach people about the plight of these magnificent creatures. We've looked at several organizations coming together in the name of cat conservation. Pick one and get behind their cause. There are so many ways to support conservation, and you know, anyone, anywhere can get involved. They say that cats have 9 lives. Well, if that's true, then most of the world's big cat species are probably on number 9 already. The extinction of wildcats would be a tremendous loss to the world. The importance of their ecological role as predators is huge, and it's essential that we make every effort to prevent that from happening. After all, it's the human race that's responsible for their decline, and it's humans who can save them. Humans like you and me. From SeaWorld and Busch Gardens, I'm Julie Scardina. Thanks for watching The Cat Story.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting. Today is June 26, 2023. We have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. First line of business is I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
Motion to approve minutes from the last meeting.
I'll second. I have a motion from Ms. Davison and a second from Mr. Perry. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so Mr. McGowan is out this evening due to some illness, so in his place will be Mr. Andrew. So we're going to turn it over to you, sir. And,
all right. Well, actually, Miss Kathy has the first, I guess, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 events, and then I'll discuss the renovation of the workout station.
All right, Miss Kathy, so we'll start out with you for July the 4th.
All right. The event itself is on July the 4th, Veterans Memorial Park. The gates open at 5:30. Bueller Band, which is an 80s cover band, is going to be performing. That starts at 6. Right now we've got 15 food/snack vendors that'll be there, and fireworks start at dark.
I don't know if any of you all had the opportunity to YouTube the Bueller Band, but they're pretty good.
They are pretty good.
For us old people.
Yep. I don't know why you're looking over here.
So that's Tuesday night.
That is Tuesday, correct.
Tuesday?
Here at the park.
Gates open at 5.
5:30.
5:30.
Correct.
Sorry.
And the band will start at 6.
And all of that's going to be on the football field.
Correct, yeah. The food vendors will be lining that walking trail around Pavilion A, and then the band itself will be on the football field. And we do have the spider jump machine, and we have an obstacle course for the kids, and that will be on one of the ball fields, probably field 1.
And correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't want to give out bad information, but if you've got a lawn chair, bring it. If you have a tent, we only ask that you try not to set it up to where it blocks the band.
Right.
Is that correct?
Right.
Can you bring a cooler?
Yes.
You can bring a cooler.
Yes, you can. Well, of non-alcoholic.
Non-alcohol type, yeah.
Yes, you can bring a cooler.
Right.
And then blankets, chairs, anything to make you comfortable on the ground to watch the band, which that's standing room only every year. So should be a good time.
Bring your patience for the traffic at the end.
Correct.
Please do not bring your fireworks to the park.
This is true. This is correct. Personal fireworks are not allowed in the park.
We have a lot of issues every year with that.
We need to get something like that put down in writing, so maybe we can all share it on social media. That same thing that we just talked about.
She has put something on the City Hall Facebook and shared about the personal fireworks as well. So, and we'll go ahead and note that on our side as well.
Try to make it as fun and pleasant for everybody, not just of course, let's call it what it is. You've always got a few knuckleheads that want to, act like knuckleheads.
Okay, because we usually have a really good police presence there to kind of get ahead of some of that, the people shooting off the fireworks in the crowds and things as they're leaving.
It's always at the end.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's been my experience in the past with the traffic that you brought up, as they open them gates up there, and the traffic, they usually get us in and out of there pretty quick.
And that back gate will be open once the
Right.
end is done and everybody's leaving.
Anybody got any questions or comments about July 4th? All right, Kathy, we'll move on to the next, the Howl at the Moon.
All right, Howl at the Moon is August 11th this year. Race starts at 8. Check-in starts at 6:30. It's the same route. Check-in's at Pavilion B at the park. The race will start at that back stop sign at the park, come up to City Hall, make the U-turn and go back. Registrations have already opened. We've got 16 registered so far. As far as pricing, right now it is $30 for early registration. That goes until July 28th. From July 29th to August 10th, it goes up to $35, and then on race day it is $40 per person.
She answered all my questions.
There you go.
So, and Sheila went and shared it to all of the local race groups last week. So, and that's what prompted the registrations coming in. So we're hoping to have a good turnout this year.
Race groups.
There's several pages, local, of running groups all over. So I just got on there, searched, and I started hitting each one of them and joining them, and I send it out all the way up in Clarksville and all that.
Really?
And we do get registrations that far out as well. So
A lot of people are passionate about racing or running.
we had 180.
I, however, am not one of them.
But no, we had 180 last year, and we're hoping to increase those numbers this year. Each year it's going up. So we're,
So tell us a little bit about winners, first, second, third, what they get, blah, blah, blah.
Well, first, second, and third, they get medals for their placement. And then overall male and overall female will get a trophy on top of the medal.
Do they get their entry fee back or anything?
They don't, but we do give monetary prizes. We do give gift cards. So in that, we don't have the amounts. Like last few years, it's been $100 for the top two prizes. And then first place would get 25, and then 15 and 10, depending on first, second, and third place, along with their medal.
And they get really cool T-shirts, right?
And they do. We give out T-shirts as well, and they get a little sack backpack with the event information on it each year.
And bananas and water. So we take good care of them.
Yep.
So, and if you need help, I will be there to help you with registration this year.
Thank you.
All right, any questions? All right, we'll move on to one of the big fan favorites, the carnival.
Carnival this year is August 24th through the 27th. Thursday, Friday, that's going to be open 6 to 10. Saturday is noon to 10. I've asked for verification for Sunday's hours because they weren't here last year, so I'm not sure. He's not responded. I just know that Saturday's noon to 10. Sunday, it might close earlier in preparation of packing up. I'm not quite sure on the Sunday yet.
Were they here last year on Sunday?
No, they were only here that Thursday, Friday, and Saturday last year. They added Sunday this year because it was such a great turnout last year.
And I'm sure you don't have any kind of pricing.
I don't. I've asked for that information as well. Once his season starts, it's really hard. It's really hard to get response, but once his season starts, it's even harder. He has an assistant, and I've reached back out to her to see if she could give me more set prices and times, and I'm not. As soon as we get the information, we'll put it out on social media as well.
Do you know if it's about the same size or going to be bigger?
Probably the same size. We'll probably have the same rides as we got last year.
All right. Any questions? And then we'll move on to the big one, the Fall Festival.
All right. Fall Festival is September 16th. We are doing an opening concert Friday the 15th. We've been working with the Prince Experience cover band. We did get their part of the contract back, so it's right now at City Hall. So we're finalizing that. As far as Saturday, we're still working on the daytime entertainment. It will start with the parade at 10. And right now we've got the Children's Entrepreneur Market, which is a market that travels Tennessee, and all the booths are completely run by children. And so I talked to her the other day. She's looking for about 30, 40 vendor spots on top of our other vendors. And we've got 35 of our vendors signed up, and again, plus her 30 or 40, and it's early, so we're hoping to have a really good turnout for this event as well. So we've already secured the petting zoo, the animal show, working on getting different rides, children's activities right now.
What will be the registration deadline for the children's vendors?
It's called the Children's Entrepreneur Market.
Okay.
So all of the registrations for the children's booth, she does all that. So she actually brings it all. She coordinates it and everything. So I can email you the exact link
Please.
to her if you want to have interest in pushing that out for
please.
the registration. But yeah, they do all of their own.
Cool.
So I will send that out.
Has anybody YouTubed the Prince experience? I have not. I actually had forgotten what it was called. Have you?
Yes, and
Pretty cool.
we looked at a bunch of Prince cover bands, and they were by far the best.
Really?
So I believe they're out of Michigan, either Michigan or Wisconsin. Yeah, so we've been working with them since March.
So being David is not here, we can go ahead and place Andrew in charge of the weather for that day.
No pressure.
That's a lot of,
Yeah, no
lot of
pressure.
shoes to fill there.
On that note, we do already have weather insurance in place.
Well, you know, we can only hope. I mean, it's a crapshoot every year. It is what it is. So, should be a good time. Fall Festival's always fun.
We've actually ordered or added the cornhole tournament to the Fall Festival as well. Since we put the touch a truck with the block party, we kept the cornhole and just moved it to the Fall Festival. So we've got that already lined up.
Oh, so we can start talking smack.
Yep. Get you some bragging rights.
Well, I can remember when the festival itself was in October and it was freezing when you were trying to do anything, so.
I remember in 2019, on October 4th, it was hot. And I've remembered in past year, I think 2015, it was in September, and we froze.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
so hard.
It's a crapshoot. I mean, if anybody that doesn't think it is, I know year before last was
Yeah, that was an experience.
insane. So I know it's not on here, but I'm just going to ask a little bit about it. Grand Marshals.
We have not chosen one yet. We have one in the works, but that might be for the Parade of Lights. So we're still going through. The Fall Festival is not going to have a theme. We're not doing themes with the Fall Festival. So, and we tried to pick our Grand Marshal, at least I do, pick the Grand Marshal to go with the theme of the event. And I think the one we have in mind will probably be the Parade of Lights. So we've not chosen one for the Fall Festival yet.
All right. And now, drum roll. Farmers Market.
Farmers Market. We tried it for the first 2 weeks and was not able to get enough foot traffic to support the vendors we had. We had, maybe 25 vendors sign up for the season altogether, and then maybe 12 commit to each week. And those 12, I think we might have even gotten 10 to show up.
The last week was 7.
Right. Without the foot traffic, we can't keep the vendors. The vendors were even closing up and leaving early. The vegetable vendor
Left at 5.
left at 5 on the second week. Without the customers, we cannot support a farmer's market. And I think that the vegetable vendor we had a really great supply of vegetables, and he wasn't even selling out. And I know some people want a variety of farmers or vegetable vendors to choose from, but when you can't support one and you bring a second one in to cut his sales, they're not going to make enough money to come back. So.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about this earlier at our senior board meeting, and being this is on TV, everything that Kathy is saying is 100% true. We have tried days, hours. Kathy's worked relentless to try and get vendors. If she gets a promise and they don't show up, there's not much you can do. But then when they do show up, if you don't get the foot traffic, And as you said about getting multiple market vendors, that is the epitome of cannibalism, eating each other up. And if without a massive amount, locations, we've tried that. So I don't want the citizens to think for a second that you did not, or Parks and Rec did not put a very hardcore concerted effort into trying to make it work. I've seen a lot of people talking on social media. All that stuff has been there, done that, and it's just, you know, you and I talked a little bit about something else. I don't know if...
I don't have verification if we could do that yet, as far as push that forward.
Okay.
I have to talk to you.
Well, then there's no sense even talking about it, because that'd just be hearsay.
Right. So,
Any comments about farmers market?
We did the best we could.
Yeah. Changed locations, changed times, changed everything. Nothing worked.
Saturdays, they asked to go back to Tuesdays because of the competition with the surrounding cities, and then no foot traffic. So
25 or 30 people that comment on social media will not make a farmer's market go.
Not if you're not coming out to support it.
right, and again, I wish we could get the foot traffic because I think it would be a great thing, and I had great vendors. But if you don't make any money, you can't expect somebody to come back, because they are paying to set up. So.
All right, so now we get to hear from Mr. Andrew on the renovation of the workout stations at Veterans Park.
So as part of a capital projects for the parks next year, we'll be renovating the workout station there at Veterans Park. I provided in your packet kind of a diagram of the equipment and placement. It's kind of just tentative of what it should be. We just wanted to run this by you. This is the same company that installed the play structure there at Veterans Park, so we know the equipment's good quality. It'll be 10 different workout stations. I'll give you each one: the horizontal ladder and balance station, a Tai Chi spinner, parallel bars, a sit-up and crunch station, a push-up pull-up station, step-up and stretch station, a bar vault station, a agility and jump touch station, tricep push-up station, and then also a separate pull-up and chin station also. There's one's a dip and then one's a separate pull-up station. So, and this will also have artificial turf as the surfacing under there, because the current one is pour and play rubber, so it's comparable. It's a safety surface. So basically this is just upgrading from what the original workout station there at Veterans Park has.
I've been up there. That turf that's jacked up. So the artificial turf, is it as durable as?
They say it is. It has a 1-inch rubber mat underneath it, and then there's silica beads that surface through that. The warranty and lifespan is the same as the pour and play rubber, and it's cheaper. So,
what does the city do with that old stuff?
The equipment, it pretty much gets disposed of.
Does
We
it?
can't auction it off because of
Safety.
legal liabilities. We can't provide equipment to somebody else and they get hurt on it. And then it has to be used for the intended purpose that it was purchased for.
Well, as a member of BOMA, I have seen the pictures of some of that stuff on Gov Deals, and believe me, this stuff is nothing compared to that raggedy, rickety.
Playground equipment falls under the National Recreation Parks Association standards, so that's what differs that from other generic equipment.
So what kind of ETA are you thinking is that when it's
So,
getting started and finished?
It's
or
our
do you know?
goal to get this on the next month's BOMA meeting, and once that happens, if everything goes through there, they said mid to late November is when all that would be installed. Park staff would be in charge of removing old equipment, old surfacing, but the company would install the equipment and surfacing.
And how old is the equipment that's there now?
Probably, it's the original equipment to the park, so probably 25 years old.
Or more.
96, 95.
I think I have some drawings on some manuals from 97.
Yeah.
So,
wow,
it's 25 or 26 years old.
It's time for an upgrade.
Yeah. And it's heavily used. It's used every morning by walkers exercising in the park.
It is great.
So the next meeting will be July the 17th, right here in this forum. Does anybody have any comments before we adjourn?
We're about to get real busy with these events, and just ahead of time, thank you for all your hard work. We appreciate you.
Always.
Mr. Giles?
No comments right now. I'm good.
Ms. Felicia?
Well, they're the best we got. I mean, we've got a great parks department. I think the best put together department since I've been here.
And how long have you been here? 25 years.
No, but I've lived here since 1968.
Let's see, that would make her how old?
I'm 57.
Yeah, just, I mean, you know, we say it every month, and I'm going to continue to say it. And Kathy, I can't thank you enough for what you tried to do with the farmers market. I know that you feel like you maybe got let down a little bit, and it was no fault of your own. You did a great job. So you had good people backing you and helping you. Sheila, thank you for getting out them emails and text messages and keeping us straight and in line. So with that, I will call this meeting adjourned.
I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to the LaVergne Planning Commission regular meeting on June 27th, 2023 at 6 p.m. First item of business, we do have a quorum. Our first item of business is to approve the meeting minutes from the May 30th, 2023 regular meeting.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. We have a second.
Our second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion passes. So items number 2, 3, 4, 5 have been deferred, Mr. Logan, correct?
Correct, and 6.
And 6. So we'll move on to item number 7. Concept plan, Cheney Place, 50 townhomes on 4.30 acres requested by SEC Inc., property located at 237 Cheney Boulevard, tax map 28, parcel 10 and 11, R3 High Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by Old South Properties Inc. Mr. Logan.
This request is for a concept plan approval. The property is at 237 Cheney Boulevard, and you can see there on the screen. Property is currently, it's not vacant. It does have 2 existing dwellings on the property, and property is zoned R3. It was rezoned last year in 2022, and you can see on the screen also, this is LaVergne High School at the bottom of the image, so this property is north of the high school, about a quarter mile or so, and it is on the east side of Cheney Boulevard. This is the zoning map. So again, you can see this green color signifies R3 high density, and most of the property going north from there on Cheney is also zoned R3. These are some photos from the property. This is the existing driveway that leads to the back of the property. This is one of the dwellings on the property. And then there's also a mobile home that's existing there right now. And then this is the plan, concept plan that shows the 50 homes, or excuse me, townhomes that are proposed. And there were not a lot of comments from the workshop, but there I think we have everything is taken care of. There's maybe just a minor comment or two from Scott Tatalovich, and I'll let Mr. Lyde speak to that if he needs to. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Lyde.
Scott's comments were pretty generic. They did indeed, on my side, they did provide an updated traffic study, adding 33% to the school numbers to account for the seniors that weren't there when they took the counts. They still had level of service A. Could you go back to the site plan? Big.
Yeah, I'll reduce it here.
Okay, so yeah, they have added a deceleration right turn lane coming from the Smyrna direction right there, and that is the only traffic improvement their traffic study recommends.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? If none, we'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Motion to approve. We have a second.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. On to item number 8.
8 is also deferred.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. On to item number 9. I see the deferral there. Item number 9, preliminary plat, LaVergne Co-op Business Park, 2 lots on 114.9 acres, requested by Kimley Horn, property located on Old Waldron Road and Waldron Road. Tax map 15, parcel 24 and 28, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Tennessee Farmers Cooperative, Inc. Mr. Logan.
So this is a proposal for the co-op site that's existing. The property is approximately 115 acres, and it does touch Waldron and Old Waldron roads. This plat is to get ready for the next item, which is the concept plan for this co-op project. But right now, this is just a plat, and here's the maps on the screen. You can see a very large area there, of course, that the co-op has. So this is Walden Road to the left side of the image, and then the railroad track basically cuts through or dissects the image there. And then Murfreesboro Road is this curve here to the north. So this is zooming out. You can just see the site in relation to the rest of LaVergne. This is the zoning map. The dark blue color is for I-2, and that's heavy industrial zoning. And of course, there is some R1 zoning that's been there for many years that lines Old Walden Road and sort of outlines the site on the zoning map. Here's a photo. We've got a few photos here of the site. And then, of course, there's the existing operations. There's a lot of open land at the co-op site. This picture is from Walden Road. This is approximately the location of where the new drive that's internal to the site would be built. And then this is the plat. Sort of shows how it's laid out. Again, you can see Old Waldron here, and then Waldron to the left or the west. So, as far as technical comments, I think most everything has been addressed. Looks like there's just a sort of a generic note there from utilities, but that completes the report. I'll turn over to Mr. Lyde in case he wants to say anything about it.
Thank you, sir. Would you like to comment on that?
No, sir, no comments on this one.
Okay, perfect. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
I make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. On to item number 10. Concept plan, LaVergne Co-op Business Park, 7 new buildings totaling 1,030,580 square feet, requested by Kimley Horn. Property located on Old Waldron Road and Waldron Road, tax map 15, parcel 24 and 28, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District. Property owned by Tennessee Farmers Cooperative, Inc. Mr. Logan.
So on the concept plan, you can see the 7 proposed buildings, and they range from 74,000 square feet, give or take, to 252,000 square feet. And they would total about 1,030,000 square feet when completed. And again, here's the overhead imagery that shows the entire site. And then, again, outlined in blue here, shows all the acreage. Again, the zoning map, it's I-2, which is heavy industrial zoning. And then these are some photos. This is on Old Waldron Road. That says Gate 1 there on the sign. So this is the entrance to the offices that are existing off Old Waldron. And there's another photo with the office building to the right. And again, you can get a view there of just how much property there is. So on the site plan, this page, which is CO-20, this is the phasing plan. And basically each building would be on its in its own phase, so there'll be 7 phases. And this 7th phase over here, it's worth noting, this would be a building to support the co-op, and it would house more space for the growing co-op operations, whereas the other 6 phases would be new buildings that would not necessarily be used by the co-op. And again, you can see another view here. This is the site layout overall. So you have 2 buildings that are close to Waldron Road. And when it gets to be the time for the site plan approval, we would address these buildings, again, 1 and 2. So we'd have to address them as they relate to the architectural overlay, but that's not for tonight. But it is, staff has been thinking about that, and we've met with some representatives for the project already, discussing what 1 and 2 may look like. The overlay extends 250 feet back, not from the center line of Waldron, but from the edge of the right-of-way or the front property line, so 250 feet back. And then by the time you get to this building 3 and 6, they would be out of the overlay. So a unique site there. Pretty much, you can see all the other plans they've submitted. Here's a landscape plan. I don't think there's many comments left. So 1 through 4 will be, again, for the overlay, and they'll be addressed at site plan approval, those 1 through 4 of the planning. And engineering has some comments, so I'll turn that over to Mr. Lott. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Please, sir.
Okay, they, at the intersection of Waldron Road with their proposed site driveway 1, they're proposing that their driveway be composed of 1 ingress lane and 2 egress lanes. They will install a traffic signal and make no other improvements to Waldron Road. At their second entrance, which is off of Old Waldron Road, they're 1 in, 1 out, stop controlled, no improvements on Old Waldron Road. They have provided a traffic study which shows that they can achieve level of service B with that traffic signal, but there was a great deal of discussion about possible improvements, particularly to Old Waldron Road, by the Planning Commission at the workshop. So since no such changes were made and the traffic study still says no changes to Waldron or Old Waldron Road, I thought y'all might want to invite the engineer up and discuss that with him.
Thank you. Yes, sir. If the engineer would, please come to the podium and state your name and address. I will make a comment.
Hi there. Robert Arts, 10 Leah Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee.
Thank you very much. I believe we did discuss the Old Waldron Road, and it was decided amongst the board that it should function properly. Am I correct or wrong on that?
I know there was some discussion about adding, and it looks like, at least I can see it on here, a type of
pork chop,
partition pork chop, to prevent tractor trailers from turning towards Mason. They can turn off of Old Waldron into this, but they could not turn from this development into the direction of Mason Road.
Yes, our goal is very much to try to prevent as much traffic as possible from getting onto Old Waldron, and certainly we added in that pork chop and the no left turn for truck signs going out in case they do head that direction to make sure they don't end up going towards that neighborhood. But ideally, we're driving all of our traffic towards that new signalized intersection.
Yes, sir. And you want to touch base on the signalized intersection?
Yes, so as part of that, like Gary mentioned, we're going to have 2 egress lanes, a left turn and a right turn out from our development, as well as 1 ingress lane that's going to be extra wide. It's about 20 plus feet right now with a 70-foot radius. We're going to be in talks with NES to see if they're willing to relocate their lines, but as of right now, they won't engage with us until we get building plans to them for their commercial service application. So we're planning on to address that when we come back for site plan. And then one other thing I can confirm is that we will be gating off access over that railroad crossing. That's one thing that we're able to confirm, so that people won't be able to cut through our site to get across there during busy times.
Very good.
One thing I'll say, which I know y'all heard whenever I met with y'all, but for site plan, definitely look at a deceleration lane coming from 24 to this project. I can see where if it's signalized and you have separate turn lanes, that you don't necessarily need an acceleration lane, but the deceleration I can definitely see.
Right, yes, we're definitely looking into it, and like I said, it'll come down to what NES kind of allows us to do with those transmission lines that are along the backside of the sidewalk there.
And what was the estimated traffic y'all were expecting for to come through the old Waldron side?
I would have to confirm the exact counts, but it was only roughly 5% of the development traffic, and it was not enough to impact level of service at intersections in either the AM or PM peak hours. I remember that. I could double check.
It's 14 cars, Rob, according to your traffic study.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Everybody comfortable?
Just have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Please, sir.
So on working, you're going to work phase 1 and phase 2 together? Because it would appear the page 68 of our PDF, the red line for the 2 phases intersects that road. So I presume you're going to do 1 and 2 at the same time?
Likely most of this will be sort of a rolling concurrent development, but we ran into that issue on High Point that we had to come back for a phasing plan to make sure we could kind of roll the COs as we went through the development process. So that's mainly the purpose of the phasing plan. We intend to kind of work from one to the next throughout this project. So yeah, it will likely be all done at the same time, and obviously we'll need to have that center road in place for each building as it goes through.
Am I comfortable with all that? Any other questions or comments? If none, we will entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Coates?
Third, I'll do a third.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have a second? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
On to item number 11. Site plan, Skyworks, new building totaling 24,867 square feet on 3.98 acres. Requested by Huddleston Steel, Inc. Property located at 151 Bain Drive, tax map 17, parcel 7.05, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District. Property owned by J. Reinhardt Holdings, LLC. Mr. Logan.
Thanks. So this request is for site plan approval for Skyworks on Bain Drive. Currently there's 2 one-story buildings located on the plan. One of those buildings will be demolished. The added space will become area for their current business as well as warehouse space, and would total just shy of 25,000 square feet. The space in the rear and along the road is existing concrete and paving, and that will be removed with this project. There are a total of 24 spaces being provided where 19 are required, and so the parking is adequate. That includes 1 ADA space. The current or the proposed ingress egress is shown as 70 feet wide on the plan, and this site is not contained in the overlay district. So there's a map on the screen. Shows the site. This existing building toward the front would be demolished, it's my understanding. And the next photo sort of shows all of Bain Drive as it extends west and east. The zoning map, this is very solid area of industrial, except just a few parcels at Waldron Road, at the corner of Bain and Waldron. And these are some site photos. Again, you can see the existing pavement and building to the left. And there's another photo of that building. So this is the first sheet of site plan, which just shows the demolition plan. And then this is the site and utility plan. You may have noticed some of these TDOT notes, and I'll let Mr. Lyde speak to what's coming in the future on this road. But you can see the proposed building is shown here, and it's 24,867 square feet, just shy of 25. And this existing building in the rear will remain But again, the one closest to the road would be demolished. And I believe you can see the landscape plan as well that was submitted. There are several comments from engineering and utilities, so I'll turn that over to Mr. Lyde. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, can you go up one more? There. Thank you. All right, so you go down one.
Oh, it moved. Sorry.
Yes, it did.
I did.
There we go. Okay, so we had the construction field review on the Baines Drive project with TDOT last week and got the latest plans. So this red line that you see right here, that is the cut line. So that's how far they are planning to cut into the Bain property, Skyworks property, in order to put a ditch down through here and solve some existing drainage problems they have out there. And you can see the sidewalk is way down here. And in addition to that, this green line here is the TDOT construction easement. So if they build this sidewalk right now, the first thing TDOT is going to do is rip it completely out. And so the only way to avoid that would be to guarantee avoid that, it'd be outside this green line, which would put the sidewalk way up here to build that right now. So there's really not a lot of problems or issues with the rest of the design. There aren't any, they've worked them all out. So it's really just a matter of what we do about this sidewalk. And I do believe it's in our best interest to do it in lieu of here rather than going ahead and building it after seeing this cut slope.
Very good.
Gary, if you don't mind, this will also, they'll also be tearing out the divider and the current design for the entrance. Is that right?
They'll be cutting way back up in here and rebuilding the driveway. So normally when TDOT does that, they take the existing driveway, so it'll be kind of a race of them, how much of this they can get in, and then TDOT will have to match those grades and kind of put it back the way it was.
So knowing that as far as where they're cutting, does this need to be redesigned at all, or?
I will defer to Mr. Gerald on that, the developer's engineer. I don't think so, but he'll know more about it than I will.
Thank you. I'm Enoch Gerald with Huddleston Steel Engineering. Also have Mr. Joey Ryan with Dow Smith Construction. This is the general contractor. We have the TDOT plans that Gary shows with the cut line, and we don't have cross-sections showing exactly how they're going to do that ditch. But we did move the detention pond back beyond the cut line. So we've got the detention pond moved back. Our driveway won't have an issue with that. You know, the sidewalk today from the edge of pavement to where we're showing the sidewalk is 25 feet. But like Gary said, the time they get in there and put an 8-inch water line, put in the culverts, and we're planning on putting in the culvert, one of the culverts they show on their plans, we're putting in. They're looking at widening the road with curb and gutter and putting a storm line in the road, which they'll do when they put the sewer in. They're running a new sewer down the middle, an 8-inch line, 24 on the other side, so they're gonna tear that road off pieces when they come in. But we won't have to redo our drive. We've designed it to meet, and once we get their final plans, we can make any adjustments we need to. The sidewalk, like Gary said, we'd rather do the Finley of, because I just hate to see something built and tore out. But the rest of the site, the way it's designed, we can accommodate with TDOT plans. So we don't have their final plans, but we've got enough to know what to do right now. We've redesigned the detention to accommodate their plans.
But your entrance, will it be designed to that? Will TDOT be rebuilding it to how you have it currently designed, or will they just have an open entrance?
My assumption is we'll be there before them, and they'll match our design, because we've designed it so that working with the fire trucks, with Curtis and the tractor trailers to get them in and out. So my assumption is TDOT would match what we build.
That's my assumption as well.
Yeah.
And you feel comfortable that you can work with and around and?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do we have a number for Finley, Mr. White?
We haven't done a total, no, sir. I have to get the length times 5 times 12.
We're comfortable with that number. We're even showing sidewalk off our site, tying into the site to the east, we're paying an extra 50 foot. We'll pay that too. We're comfortable with that number, whatever it comes out to be.
I think he's gonna try and work that on the calculator real fast for us. So, we're gonna work with T-Dot on the sidewalks, we're gonna do the fee and lieu. I'm stalling, by the way. Mr. Logan, under utilities, there's a couple of comments.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
If you want me to address that, I can. Utility comments?
Yes, sir.
Because I've emailed back and forth with Scott Tadlovich, maybe, I can't remember his last name. But
Yes, sir.
there's an existing 6-inch line that they're going to replace with an 8. They're going to have T-Dot put in a 6-inch tap for our fire line now. He's already getting them to add that to their plans. They're updating their plans now. So I've been back and forth with Scott on the utility relocations. They're going to have that 8-inch line 6 foot behind the curb, so there's adequate room behind the curb to that storm pipe put in that 8-inch line. So I've been emailing back and forth with Scott, coordinating on the utilities as well.
All taken care of on the paperwork, sir? Sir?
Mr. Gerald.
Oh,
Is it all taken care of on the paperwork? as far as the
I've filled out the
utilities
utility availability. We still got to get the fire sprinkler contractor's plans to him, but we're in good shape with that.
Very
yeah.
good.
And normally, the fire sprinkler contractors' calculations come in with the building permit application.
Correct.
Did you determine a number, sir?
$24,000.
Are you comfortable with that number, sir?
We are.
Is the board comfortable with that number? Mary, you have a statement?
It's not about sidewalks, so our whole.
So we're all comfortable with 24. Please go ahead.
Mr. Brinkley, have your comments been resolved?
Yes, sir, they have. That's, Gerald and I have spoken. He was able to submit in some plans to me yesterday. So all the items that I had listed were addressed. Obviously, the agenda was already closed and I couldn't retract those comments, but they have been documented and addressed on my end.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions or comments? With whatever motion is, we'll entertain a motion. With whatever motion is made, please include the fee in lieu amount. So we will entertain a motion on this item.
Make a motion to approve with the fee in lieu of $24,000 for the sidewalks.
We have a motion as stated. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, sir.
Thank y'all and thank the staff for working with us.
Thank
Appreciate it.
you. On to item number 12. Final plat, BJ's Wholesale Club re-subdivision of Lot 1. 4 lots on approximately 18.40 acres, requested by Kimley Horn. Property located on Industrial Boulevard. Tax map 29, parcel 14.01, C2 Highway Service Commercial Zoning District. Property owned by BJ Wholesale Club, Inc. Mr. Logan.
So this is a request for final plat approval by BJ's Wholesale Club, and this is a re-subdivision of Lot 1 that will result in 4 new lots on approximately 18.4 acres. And let's see here. So this is the existing site, and I think I mentioned 2 weeks ago that Rutherford County is not finished with the latest orthos, so they've not been sent to Todd Schroeder. So that's why you don't see a BJ store there. But I think they've told Todd they'll be ready to upload those in July. So hopefully before long we'll get new imagery. So this is the zooming out. You can see the BJ site here. And of course this is Target and Smyrna, and then High Point 24 over across I-24. And zoning here is C2, which is commercial zoning. And of course here's some pictures of the newly opened BJ's Fuel Center. And while this work is done now, this is a couple of weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago, see all the people that were on the site feverishly working. So this is the plat. There's, as I mentioned, 4 new lots, and those are 5, 6, and 7, and then of course 1 is changed since the boundaries are changing with the other 3 lots. But there's no outstanding comments, nothing left to address, so we'll be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments on this item? None, we'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
Second.
To accept with a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 13, preliminary plat, Mission Hills revised section 1, 15 lots on 4.79 acres requested by SEC Inc. Property located on Waldron Road, tax map 29, parcel 22.02, R3 High Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by John M. Gilliand Living Trust. Mr. Logan.
This is a request for the preliminary plat, revised section 1 at Mission Hills. And this was a previously approved preliminary plat, but the drainage basin there along the entrance road, a lot of those plans had changed sort of drastically since the preliminary plat was approved, so that made it necessary to do this revision plat. I'll move on here to the maps. Of course, this is the entire site, which is 120 acres. And then you can see there the entire southern portion of LaVergne with I-24 cutting across the top of the screen. And this property, all the 120 acres is zoned R3 high density residential, and that's the green color. And this is a photo from Waldron Road. There's not a lot of ways to really access this property, but there is a gate there on Waldron, and that's where some of the equipment has been working. So this is the plat, and I'll get to the part that changed. So it's really this section here. This is the drainage basin or detention pond area that had changed quite a bit, and was the reason for this revision. But I'll turn it over to Mr. Lyde since he's been covering all those aspects. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so the 2 comments I have left are basically the same comment. Y'all need to see what this thing's going to look like. So their engineer has brought some more information to explain it to you.
I thought we agreed he was going to bring the whole wall.
That's what I thought.
Good evening. My name is Hose Ahmed with SEC.
Name and address, sir.
850 Middle Tennessee Boulevard.
Thank you, kind sir.
He paused real hard with that one.
Mm-hmm.
You're nice. Thank you, sir.
No.
It's a piece of wall. Hold on.
It's,
Huh? Yeah. Oh, my. I'm fine. Check out these guns.
Hey,
Don't mess with the military.
that's the way my mama raised me.
I know. I appreciate you guys.
Yes, much better
You
than.
got it, old man.
Oh, ow.
I'll let you hold it for me.
No, I don't like it. We got this. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. It was very kind of you. That's a far better look than I had pictured in my mind's eye, and I'm sure, I think by the reaction, everyone feels the same. Is everyone comfortable with that?
Now, is this going to be the outside, inside, or how is this going to be?
This is going to be how you look at from the road, basically. So,
Okay.
Because most of the wall is cut, so this will be the face of the wall and not the back of the wall.
Okay.
Nice.
And if you're in the apartment complex looking out over this, what will you see?
And the apartment, it's the same face because it's still a cut wall, so this is the face of the wall, not the back of the wall, and the back of the wall will be from the cut side.
Okay. And then you are aligning this with kudzu, last I heard, is that right?
You satisfied, sir?
Yes, sir.
Any other questions or comments on this? I will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve is submitted.
We have a motion to approve is submitted. We have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Items 14 and 15 are deferred, Mr. Logan.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So on to item number 16. Set bond amount for Portico Place, Section 2, Phase 2. Tax map 14, parcel 24, requested by SEC Inc. PDR, Planned Density Residential Zoning District. Mr. Logan.
So, this is the bond, correct?
Yes.
Okay, because we skipped, or 15 did not resubmit. Okay, so this is on behalf of their client, SEC is requesting that the Planning Commission set the bond for the public improvements in Portico Place, Section 2, Phase 2, and this consists of 52 residential lots. And per the subdivision regulations, the developer has submitted 3 construction bids and a stamped estimate by the engineer, and the engineer's estimate comes to $259,000 in total. I think that's correct. Might be.
Mr. Coates, I know you're looking, everything's signed and dated. And
Yeah, it's
I's dotted, T's crossed.
that's good. That's good.
Any questions or comments on this item?
Well, to provide a little additional information,
Thank you, sir.
the final plat was deferred because the Blair Road improvements have not been done.
Right.
But this, they pulled, at our request, they pulled the Blair Road improvements out of this, so these numbers don't include that anymore. So they're trying to go ahead and get this approved so they could be waiting for the final plat later. So there were only 2 very minor comments, well within our contingencies, so their numbers we're comfortable with.
Very good.
Gary, was Heracus certified through the state to be able to do this type at the time of the bid?
I do not know.
Do we have someone here with it that can speak to that?
Once again, name and address for the record.
Good evening, Gauss Ahmed, SEC, 850 Middle Tennessee Boulevard. I don't think we have this information, but it's all public. We can look it up online. But I don't know if the contractor is.
I know we've had some concerns with this group with another project. That's why I'm asking. So whether they were able to do that kind of work.
Okay, we can look into it.
So proceed forward, or
And their bid was higher, so I mean, it works in our favor, that makes sense. Gary, you comfortable with the bids as submitted? I mean, you have any
Yes,
issues?
and the actual numbers, and I took into account that Heracus had a no tack coat, and then there was a typo on one of the others, and I put those things in there just so that the engineers know I'm looking at them. But in terms of the actual numbers, the average bid was higher than the median, so it was higher than 2 out of the 3, and that's my main rule.
Okay.
any other questions or comments? We will entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve as submitted.
Motion to approve is submitted. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 17 is going to, thank you, sir. My apologies. Item number 17, bonds and letters of credit. Ma'am?
Good evening, Chairman and Board. You have the bond list in front of you. I just recently received the newest bond for June. It was Celebration Run, and that was renewed, and everything else is up to date.
Perfect, and thank you.
Thanks.
No further questions or comments. Thank you, everyone, for your time. Meeting adjourned.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the LaVergne Board of Zoning Appeals, June the 27th at 5:30 p.m. We do have a quorum. If you'd like to review the minutes from the March 28th, 2023 regular meeting. I'll make a motion to accept the minutes as submitted. Do I have a second?
A second.
Second. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The minutes carry. On to number 2, old business. A request for a variance to parking regulations in the LaVergne zoning ordinance, property located at 703 Walden Road, tax map 29, parcel 22.02, R3 high density, zone district, owned by John M. Gilland, Living Trust. Mr. Logan, do you want to?
Sure. So this is Mission Hills. That's the name of the development. And this is a large project south of I-24. It's got single-family houses proposed and apartments, and you can see it there on the map. The green color on the zoning map is R3, high density. So you remember last month they were here for parking variance, and just because of the technicality with the voting, this item is on the agenda again this month. But just recapping, they are their request was to reduce the parking to 669 parking spaces. The current zoning ordinance requires 972 parking spaces. So this request was for about a reduction of a third of the required parking. So 972 reduced to 669. And I'll be glad to go over any other parts in detail if you'd like. Thank you.
Just for the board, the rest of the board here, they're still doing some review and trying to work some things out from what I've been told, but obviously this is a tidy up item for us. It's been old business. So with that, I'm going to make a motion to deny as submitted.
A second.
Second. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. On to new business. Number 3, a request for sign variance, property located at 503 New Pool Road, tax map 17, parcel 40.03, I2 heavy industrial zone district, property owned by Americo Real Estate Company. Mr. Logan, give a report, please.
So this is a request by U-Haul for their facility on New Paul Road. They've been at that location and operating for approximately 18 months. And this property is located in the architectural overlay. Applicant has identified need for more signage, and this is allowed by the current zoning ordinance for certain sites. In addition to the normal signage allowed, which is one wall sign on the building and one sign at the street, either monument or a pylon, for a total of 2 signs. So the current ordinance allows the 2 signs, but in addition to that, U-Haul is requesting at least 6 additional signs on the application. However, you'll see in a minute, if you count some of the small text and the orange waves that U-Haul has proposed, it's more like 12 signs altogether. The sign plans in the packet show the details for each of those signs, as well as the shapes and the colors. They were last here on March 28th, 2023, so about 3 months ago, but at that time they had submitted the incorrect sign package. So the request was withdrawn. There has been a sign on the property for 3 weeks, and there's been no phone calls received by staff about this request. So we'll move on to the maps. This is the property, and you can see I-24 at the top of the image. So this is, again, 503 New Paul. Zooming out, you can see, again, the property outlined in blue. And on the zoning map, you can see, except for the apartments immediately adjacent, this entire area is zoned industrial south of I-24, so a large industrial area. So moving on here to these sign plans. So you can see the signs that they're requesting. So this sign here is being requested, your storage place, and then these are the waves on either side of that sign. And then you can see going off the screen or to the right of the screen, some black text sign or black text signage advertising hitches and boxes. So that would be some more. There's a U-Haul sign also below that above the main door. And again, on some other elevations, there's a moving supplies sign, there's a climate controlled sign, and these would be all visible, of course, from I-24 and New Paul Road. And then on the other side of the building, you can see it here at the top left of the screen, another self-storage sign in black lettering. And then if you zoom in, I have to go back, but there is signage above these doors where you can kind of see there. They're calling this the customer storage area, so there's several signs there on the canopy that extends out from the building, as well as other signs above the cargo doors. And some of those signs have various height and just warning signs or caution signs. And I know back in, well, what's not part of this because that was the incorrect package, but some of those interior signs that were inside the building, like the policeman and that type of thing, are not part of this submittal. So that completes the report. I'll be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Do I have a representative here from the applicant? If you come to the podium, raise your right hand if you would. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Chris Harden, 3557 Asbury Lane, Murfreesboro.
So, Mr. Logan, a question for you first. So what we're looking at here is what was not approved by the Planning Commission when the building was first erected. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
And you've seen Mr. Logan's report. Do you agree with what he's saying? I mean, as far as which ones we're referring to?
The signs that were on the original one had the your storage place and the U-Haul sign above the customer entrance, as well as the black directional signs on the building and the orange wave on top. That's just an architectural feature included in the original image plan.
So is that part of this application as variance or not? I'm just trying to decipher what we've got going here. We had the same issue before. I'm trying to figure out, what the sign variance request is for, which ones.
That's when the vendor first submitted it. I think that we had hit the limit on signs because of the original packet that was submitted, and a lot of the exterior signs it's not signage, and this is actually what we're putting on the building, and this is what we had in the original imaging packet.
So, Mr. Logan,
and all the vendor was trying to do was just submit a permit to put them up, and this got hit.
Okay. So I'm just trying to ascertain exactly what we're moving forward here to keep you correct as well as with the staff.
Correct.
So, Mr. Logan, on that screenshot you're looking at there, the wavy part on the top of the building there on the right side, that was not part of the Planning Commission acceptance. Is that be correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So that is part of the new request for the BOSA.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I suppose my question for you is the
original imaging plan included everything that you see on that screen, and the signs that I had brought in.
But the Planning Commission, I think maybe what U-Haul's not understanding, the planning commission's not authorized to approve extra signage at any point. So it doesn't matter what was on your plans. It does not matter what was on the planning commission plans. This board has ultimate authority to approve anything over one wall sign and one street sign. So that's it. So there's no tacit agreement. If that wave is on a set of planning commission plans, it doesn't mean it was approved, because this body is the only one that has authority. That's how it got flagged by Ms. Bartlett.
Okay.
So just, I understand the signage with the writing on. I mean, I get that, I understand that. I'm just a little bit perplexed on this waviness at the top of the building, because some of the other buildings I've seen, I don't see them all on there, and that's why I'm asking that question. So is it consistent with the other buildings you put up around the country?
It is.
Okay. Okay. So you're obviously trying to be consistent. Okay. And then, so going on to the middle of the building there, where it says your storage place, and again you've got the wavy lines either side of the writing.
Correct.
And is that consistent with your other buildings as well?
Yes, sir, it is. Okay. The one in Murfreesboro has the exact same design.
Board have any questions, any comments about the ones up there? I mean, it's a very large building. Number one, obviously, there were some issues with the planning commission that got rectified with some colours that did get rectified. So they're just here this evening to do the signage, and so we're just trying to make it work.
Yes, sir.
Make a motion to approve their variance.
Make a motion to approve. Do you have a second?
I second.
All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
With no other business, of course, meeting adjourned.
Saturday.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman Workshop. It is June 29th, 2023. It is 6:30 p.m. On next Thursday, we will determine a quorum. The prayer will be with Vice Mayor No, the Pledge of Allegiance with Alderwoman Hobbs. Everyone should have a copy of the minutes from the June 6th public hearing and regular meeting. Then moving on to our police department, Chief's Award. Chief?
Everybody in attendance. Every once in a while, we get the opportunity to recognize personnel within the agency for special things and exemplary work. On this occasion, on June 7th of 2023, dispatch received a call of a runaway 21-year-old autistic male. Officers met with the family who had an air tag on the male runaway. The entire shift was looking for the male, with one officer standing with the family to provide updates on the AirTag location. Communications lead Andrea White decided to use new systems within the department called Prepared Live, which is a text to the complainant and have them send her screenshots of the latest updates, which freed up the officers to be out there actually looking and keeping them abreast of the situation. The officers were guided to the location and were able to make contact with the male and get him home safely. And because of that, Andrea, if you come up here, please. On behalf of the police department, I want to say thank you and give you the Award of Excellence for a job extremely well done, for thinking outside the box, using technology, using it to the best of your ability, and being effective and successfully bringing this young man back home to his family. Thank you very much.
Good job, Amy.
Chief Beasley?
Can't see with my glasses on.
You got it.
Good evening. Again, this month we would like to take the opportunity to recognize a young firefighter. Now will be, as of tonight, he'll be an engineer. He was promoted about a month and a half ago. He was on a family vacation last month, so he missed his badge pinning ceremony. John, if you would, we'll promote John Partridge from the rank of firefighter to the rank of driver engineer. John has 15 years in the fire service this month, correct?
That's right.
And he's been with the city of LaVergne about going on 3 years, pushing towards 3 years. His wife, Ashley, will do the honor of pinning the badge. And what's your boys' names?
Grant and Mason.
Grant and Mason.
You're not drawing blood, you're not doing it right.
Congratulations, buddy. Thank you. Congratulations.
Oh, boy, looks just like you.
Then on Thursday night, we will have the public comment period as well as departmental reports.
Go back to snooze.
Then moving on to old business. Second reading ordinance 2023-15, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne Municipal Code regarding the order of business and public comment period at meetings. As was discussed last month, this is getting us in compliance with changes to state law to where we will have the public comment period during meetings. Does anyone have any questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the consent agenda. We've got approve or reject bids and purchases. And the first item is award structural inspection and testing services contract for Public Works and Community Development Building. And let's hop over here. So this is basically it's time and materials contract. It's got a maximum ceiling of $100,000. And staff recommends awarding the contract to TTL Incorporated. Does anyone have any questions?
Is this in addition to what's already been budgeted,
This is
this request?
this is outside of that, I believe. Yes, is that right, Bruce? Because this is Barron has the contract for construction,
Correct.
but
because
TTL's separate company.
This is a part of the requirement for the construction itself.
Right.
But
But
it's
this
not
has not
part of
been earmarked in the current budget for the project?
I'm not sure. I'd have to check on that.
Not being sure, Bruce, I like to have number one pulled from the consent, put on the regular agenda.
Moving on to B, approve Amendment 1 to Agreement for Engineering Services with CTI Engineers for the Waldron Road Sewer Assessment. And this is an amendment to our contract with them. The additional costs are $35,950. The original agreement did not provide sufficient fees to include the sub-consultant fees. So they've reworked that, and that's what this is. Does anyone have any questions? Then moving on to C, approve the cybersecurity response plan for the city of LaVergne. Glenn, do you want to talk about this one?
I can. This is just a requirement from the state that every city, municipality that has any kind of a public utility has to have a cybersecurity response plan designed and on file, and I believe it has to be updated every 2 years, I believe is what the code says. And that's what this is. It was prepared by our partner who does our cybersecurity and networking type monitoring, and they prepared it based on the Department of Homeland Security guidelines.
Any questions about that? Thank you, Glenn. Moving on to new business, first reading ordinance 2023-16, an ordinance to adopt the new City of LaVergne zoning ordinance and zoning map. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on December 27th, 2022. A public hearing will be held on July 6th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. This has been the zoning ordinance that we've been working on for several years now, and we've had some community meetings. We've had meetings also with developers, contractors, and you have in your packet all of the general questions, comments, complaints. Overall, staff recommends that with some of the changes that's being proposed or suggested, those are not minor changes that the board can do. So the recommendation is to send that back to Planning Commission to address the specific items and then send that back over to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Does anyone have any questions?
I just wanted to add a comment to this, but it's my opinion that any resident who specifically took the time to come out to the Planning Commission, or to come out and review the zoning maps and speak with us, if they made an individual request to either maintain or change their zoning, I think we should honor that. It's just my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to first reading ordinance 2023-17, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne fee schedule regarding the sewer rates and tap fees for the Blair Road Sewer Basin. And just like it sounds, this is just updating those rates. And back in 2018, there was an interlocal agreement with Smyrna. And so they have adjusted their rates, and as a result, this would adjust those to match, our existing ones to match that. So essentially what's being charged to the residents of the sewer basin is the exact same as to what the city is being charged. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, I do.
I was on the board back in 2018 when they adopted that, and I was against that then because I just didn't feel comfortable that one part of the city was paying more than another part, and I still feel about the same about it. The question I had about it, if the city wasn't prepared to provide the infrastructure for the people over there in that area, you know, we shouldn't have went ahead with that development. And I still feel that same strongness about it.
Thank you. Moving on to Resolution 2023-15, a resolution to authorize the mayor to negotiate and enter into a contract for the sale of right-of-way property located between 315 and 325 Waldron Road. And I believe we have the individual who put forth the offer on the property, the proposal to purchase it. Mr. Farcozy, if you would come up and we can kind of give you the floor if you want to talk about what you're looking to do with the overall property. And I think you also have some papers if Captain Call could take those and let the board see that.
Thank you. You have that map that shows how
Shows the property, yes.
the two property, yes, please.
Glenn, if you could go over that, I think it's 2 down.
Okay, as you can see, these two property is triangle, and there is no way to do anything with it, whether the part that is belong to the city is absolutely unusable, and that part which is ours is just green area flat. We are trying to buy that. This equal to about 1/2 an acre total, and we are proposing to put a restaurant or a coffee shop. There are 7 Brew coffee shop that is a drive-through coffee shop, well known, or some restaurant that we have a contact with to put it in there.
What was the name of the restaurant from Lebanon you were talking about with me?
The one that we have a contact with is Tzatziki.
Tzatziki.
Tzatziki restaurant. They are well established in Nashville area, Middle Tennessee. We are working with them on some other issues, so we can approach them. And there is another pizza place that is a sell pizza by slice or delivery. That one we have a contact with. But first, we're going to look at that 7 Brew Coffee.
Okay.
It's a fast-growing franchise, and they have a store in Murfreesboro, and probably they would be very much interested in LaVergne.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions?
And there's enough parking for that, where that spot is?
The drive-through, it wouldn't have any problem because there is no sitting area. That 7 Brew is drive-through only. And for the restaurant, we will put enough to have parking space, because in that 1/2 acre, maximum you can put about 5,000 square feet, but we will put less enough that the parking won't be a problem for a restaurant.
This property came up.
Yes.
The guy that he wanted to park cars or something over there or something.
Mr. Farcozy wanted to purchase it before to square up his property, and we rejected it back then because of some of the issues with 315, and we've had some conversations since then about basically his will to redevelop that whole property. It's the old Midas property where they're just doing car repairs for another car sales place. So this would cause that whole section right there to redevelop.
So you've been in talk with these people you just gave us pictures of?
I haven't talked
Or
to
is
them
that
yet.
just an idea?
This is just an idea.
But
I
when it
haven't
comes
talked to them yet.
When it comes to Tzatziki and the coffee house, have you been in talks with them?
Not yet, because we don't know if this plan is approved or not. As soon as it's approved, I will start talking with both of them. If not, we're going to develop like that picture, 3,000 to 5,000 square feet for their retail, for any kind of retail that they are interested in.
Mayor, I just want to let the board know, since just based on the conversation, that if the idea for the city is to sell it so that it's developed into something that you want to see, the only way to guarantee that that's going to happen is if you decide to sell it is to put a deed restriction in it. Otherwise, if you just sell it to somebody, they can, I'm not suggesting, he's not saying he's going to do what he says, but he could turn around and sell it or do whatever he wants to do with it. So if you want to make sure that it's going to be used for that purpose, then you'd want to make sure there's a deed restriction if you like to sell the property to him.
Yes.
There's no problem on that.
So if we vote on this Thursday, then it would be a yes with that
No.
wording?
This would be at this point, this would just authorize me to negotiate to enter into a contract. The approval of such contract still comes back before the Board of Mayor and Aldermen to approve or deny.
There are still a lot of steps that we have to take before we are at that point. We don't know the exact dimensions of this property yet, so we have to obtain a survey, then we'll have to obtain an appraisal to see what it's worth, and then we can actually start the negotiation portion of that.
Does the city have to pay for the appraisal?
The owner has, or I'm sorry, not the owner, but Mr. Farcosi has offered to pay all the expenses that the city would incur.
That could be part of the contract.
One thing about appraisals, you could get 3 appraisal companies to do appraisals, and you could get 3 different appraisals. So just because you get an appraisal, that don't mean you're getting the actual value of the property.
If I may say that, the survey and put a restriction on a deed, definitely that's necessary, there is no problem. But appraisal, if appraisal is something that somebody will be willing to pay for it, I don't think you can find anybody that will pay anything for that piece of land that belongs to LaVergne, because there is no use for it. There is nothing you can put in that land. So appraisal, they go, but what is the value of the land that can be developed in near area, and say per square foot it's worth how much? But nobody will pay for that. For any price, nobody will pay for it. The only one who can use that is us.
I won't disagree with some of that. I think myself, we just don't want to see something. And Randolph, if you refresh my memory, didn't you have some problems with codes and stuff with that business that he had, or fire department, somebody? I'm trying to remember.
In the past, there have been some problems with the, well, as you can see in the photograph, there's been some issues with the way the cars have been kept over there. Getting this deal through is maybe one way of getting rid of that problem right there that you see in that photograph, in all likelihood.
So this would just be to go ahead and give an okay to kind of move forward, but as you all said, there's a lot of other things that's got to go in place, and then it comes back and we have to agree on it.
This is just permission to get the ball rolling, for lack of a better word.
Yes.
Sir, do you own other businesses here in LaVergne?
Yes.
Do you mind mentioning their names?
That mechanic shop, it belongs to us. And then no, in LaVergne, I used to own that land that is right in front of the Walmart, which we developed it to 4 different lots of 1 acre. One of them is that car wash, which is there, and the other 2 has been developed.
Okay.
But I don't own it anymore. I sold it to 3 different groups.
Sure.
And one of them that is done, the UPS store has signed contract, is coming. The other one, we are working with someone that is going to put an event center for birthday and some corporate gathering. And the rest, hopefully, will be some nice business. And one thing which I mentioned before last year, right now for that center that is right in front of Walmart, I get at least 1 call a day for a tobacco store or a beer store, this type of, or hookah, and this kind of, none of them, and some of them, they are saying whatever price you want to charge. I'm not looking for a junkie business. And we have already, even though it takes time, but we are putting a nice store in there. As I told you, 2 of them is already in a process. The rest, the same thing. And the other one, they're going to develop it, another 7,000 square feet on the next building. So hopefully with this one, we will have some nice franchise in there. And again, our plan is to separate these 2 land. My long-term plan is, after this one is done, the other guy to give them enough notice to move and do the same thing in that area.
Thank you.
But that's a little bit longer term.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Number 10, motion to approve an agreement with BRS Development LLC for sewer line extension project for Arbor Ridge. This one is one that we are actually still working on with their attorneys and our attorney to get the correct wording. I know you've got one draft in your packet, and we may be reverting back to a little bit of an older one and then updating that. But essentially what this is to do is the city needs easements and property for the pump station upgrade that's occurring out there, which that benefits the whole area. So this agreement allows the developer to build the pump station and sewer line if the city does not start the process by June 15th, 2024. So the developer builds these improvements at their own cost, not reimbursed through the city. So, and of course, they have to maintain all of the same requirements that the city would have. But we're still working on this agreement. If it is not completed by the time of the meeting next Thursday, it will be removed from the agenda. Any questions?
I ask without being able to review that document before the vote that we move this to next month's agenda. I don't feel comfortable voting on something that I can't read through and discuss amongst the board.
But we'll be able to discuss it at the meeting if it's ready, but you can also, we could have it Monday, we could have it tomorrow for all we know. It's just the attorneys are still working out some of that language.
Sure. And I guess I did have one other question that I was confused about, because we're making the agreement with BRS, but in the dedication of easements, McFarland is listed as the owner of the property. Can anybody speak more into that?
I think that's just because the property's not been closed on yet. It's under contract, but not closed on. Moving on to appoint or remove board and committee members. First, we've got economic development. We have 3 applicants. We've got Graham Coates, Nathaniel Holzman, and Daniel Pazic, who all their terms have expired as of tomorrow. And so I know Daniel and Graham have reached out and they wish to remain on the board. I have not heard back from Nathaniel, so staff will be reaching out to him. But this is already being advertised on Channel 3 and on social media for anyone to apply. Next, we have the Historical Preservation Advisory Committee. We've got 1 term still vacant, and we have not received any applications for this, and it is being advertised both online and on Channel 3. If we do not have any applicants by the meeting, that will be removed. Next, we have the Stormwater Appeals and Advisory Board. We've got 2 terms vacant, and we do not have any applicants for this. Again, this one will be removed if there are no other applicants by the time of the meeting. Next, we have the Police Chief Recruitment. Mr. Andrew Patton, if you'd like to come up and update the board.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, good evening. I'm happy to give you an update on where we are on our police chief search. As you know, you all allowed us to hire Ralph Anderson Associates to help us with our search. Applications were open through June the 5th. We received 33 applications. The search committee went through and validated those and delivered a first cut list of 12, and then Daniel Hahn, Chief Hahn, and myself spent time on Zoom with each of those 12 candidates to narrow down to 5 finalists. So tonight I want to talk through what that process is, and before I do that, I just feel like every time I talk about this, I want to make 2 comments, and one of them is based off of the activities from earlier this evening. You saw an award for one of our dispatchers. We can't thank our employees for what they do enough. And Ms. White is a great example of that. Also, Interim Chief Hatcher has done a very good job in helping our department move forward. I used this analogy in talking to the candidates, and I thought it was appropriate that many of them asked about the morale, and many of them asked about how the current officers were doing. And I told them that back in January, the police department was in the ICU, and Chief Hatcher and his leaders performed CPR, and we are no longer in the ICU, but we're not fully released from the hospital yet. And that's progress. And I just verbally wanted tonight to thank him for his work, and also thank him for his commitment to help whoever the chief is integrate well into the department that he's running right now. So on the screen, you see the 5 names of the finalists. They are Chief of Police Michael Bell from Coweta, Oklahoma. Chief Bell has 20 years of law enforcement experience and 9 as the Chief of Police. Number 2, these are in no specific order, Chief of Police Thomas Harrion from Lyons, Illinois, which is just outside of Chicago. Chief Harrion has 38 years of law enforcement experience, and he has served for the last 4 years as chief in Lyons. Director David Imhoff from Nashville is retired from the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department with 30 years of experience. He's currently the director for the Tennessee Department of Corrections over investigations. Captain Christopher Mays is serving with the Milwaukee Police Department. He has 29 years of law enforcement experience. And finally, Captain William Noss from Castleberry, Florida, 23 years of law enforcement experience. One of the things that we heard during our community meetings that we held with the search firm was that a number of our community members commented that they thought it was important that we had candidates who were chief, who had significant experience, and it would be helpful if we had people who also had focused on a similar type incident or rebuilding. One of our candidates that I've just talked about has specific experience. Their police department went through nearly identical to what we just walked through with their chief being let go. And that particular man was part of the rebuilding process. So it brings a very unique perspective to the situation that we've just come out of as well. All 5 of these candidates will be with us this July, the week of July 17th. They will all be here for a series of assessment centers that our partners at MTAS are putting on. MTAS will do the selection of the interview panel. So there'll be most likely 3 current police chiefs that MTAS will select from around the state, and they will serve to facilitate the assessment center, facilitate the interview panel. There'll also be a number of meetings and opportunities with department heads so that these candidates can understand how their role in the LaVergne Police Department integrates with the rest of our departments within the city. And our goal still is that we will have a final candidate selected and approved to be in place by September. There is an email that will go out this evening to the LaVergne Police Department to make sure that they are brought up to speed on our progress. And then following that email, there'll be a press release that goes out to the media so that our transparent view of what we're doing on this police search can continue. Any questions? Sure.
Who that was helping as a recruit, what was his name?
Daniel Hahn, Chief Hahn.
Yeah, I talked to him at length in the conference room, and he agreed with me that the mayor hiring and firing was a big issue, and he said that was not good. But I'd see no change in that. So, personally, I don't see how we can move forward on hiring a police chief if we don't address what's at hand. I talked to him at length, and he actually was more concerned than I was about the mayor having to hire and fire the deal. And so, the 5 pilots is great, but I don't know if I could move forward with the way we have things standing. Thank you.
I had a similar conversation with Mr. Hahn. Has he mentioned anything further to you? Have the candidates had any concerns?
The candidates have not raised any concerns in their Zoom calls with me. We asked a specific question about their experience related to our current mayor, city administrator governance structure. Some of them have come from previous experience where they've worked with that identical setup, no, but there weren't any concerns that were raised to me on those initial calls.
Yep. Thank you.
Andrew, thank you for all your hard work on this. I know it's been a lot.
You're welcome.
So, thank you. Then moving on, we've got mayor and alderman comments. We're turning it over to the birthday boy, Mr. Alderman Waldron.
I'm going to have to leave pretty quick after I do my little song and dance here. I'm going to leave because I'm already late for a deal. But I want everybody to have a safe 4th. And I want to congratulate the dispatcher and the firemen for their awards and their promotions. Again, check on the elderly. It's getting hot weather. We going to be in the triple digits. Make sure your pets has got ample shade and fresh water. Thank you.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing everybody out at Veterans Park on Tuesday. We'll see you there.
Alderwoman Haas.
Yes, I look forward to seeing everyone out at the football field at Veterans Memorial Park. And I would just like to put a huge shout out and thank you to our city workers, especially those who are working outside in this heat. I was walking my dog today and I saw mowers out and stuff, and I was just like, I know I was hot, but they had on all the extra clothes. So thank you to everyone out there working in this heat and in the city offices.
Vice Mayor No.
Got nothing.
Well, just want to take a moment to remind everybody this Tuesday, Independence Day celebration at Veterans Memorial Park. Gates open at 5:30. We will have the band Bueller there. They will be performing. We'll have fireworks show at dark. Should be a lot of fun. If you're not coming, you're shooting off fireworks at home, please, please, please be safe. Don't hurt yourself. Do not burn your house down or your neighbor's house down. And please remember, no fireworks at our public parks. With that, call this meeting adjourned.
you.